Hello. I'm not moving yet. I'm sorry. I have to do my Pokemon sleep still. Good morning. Glad everybody is liking the new Redeem. Good morning, Pedro. Good morning, Planet Popper. Good morning, Hidden. Good morning, Wolfram. Good morning, Gull. Good morning, Coco. Good morning, XX. XX. I swear I pronounced it right the first time you ever came here, and then I just never again. Like, we've already watched that though, didn't we? XOXO Gossip Girl. Didn't we already watch Mike's Mike rank the color blue? I feel like we watched that video together. So, yes, as you all have discovered, good morning, Coco. I slept 1 minute more than yesterday, which is a lie, because I have been leaving my phone to get more sleep so I can get more points, because I'm obsessed and I want a shiny Entei. Just want as many chances. Oh no. Please. Give me an Entei. Give me a shiny one specifically. Here we got Primeape. Nice. I'm glad that you feel well slept. Got a Stomping Sleep Primeape. We have a Smiley Sleep Wiggly Tuff. We have a Impatient Sleep Vigoroth. He has his arms folded and he's like tapping his foot. Impatient to wake up again, I guess. Vigoroth is a Chad. Fuck, we didn't get an Entei today. And a Fearless Sleep Pinsir. So nothing of excitement or note, sadly. God, my Snorlax is so big. I pray, me too. Got incense for each day. I don't have incense for every day, I don't think. Oh, I mean, I definitely don't, but he is free. It was an accident. Ooh, I almost got 1,337 research XP, but I got 1,336. Yes, Planet Popper. He made me again. No. Because if you can't ban, if I ban someone, they can't watch my stream. You saying you don't want to watch my stream? Secret secretly wants a reason to not have to come here anymore.
Did you feed the kitten?
No, not yet, but I will.
Okay.
Unless you feel like it. You don't have to. I could do it. She meow. I'm gathering too many ingredients. Well, you are hearing the OST of Armikrog. It is. Yeah, that was one thing about the first game too, was that it had an interesting soundtrack, very memorable, one might say. Ow. Hello, hello. I have finished my Pokemon Sleep. I move. Alright. So, yes. Oh, god damn it, Wolfram. So, as I said before, I've been like basically really trying to put off Armikrog because I'll be honest, I didn't wanna play it. I'll be honest. I didn't want to drop $10 for this game. Because hey, Storm Dragon. Because the it has pretty negative reviews on Steam. It's cited as having.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
It's cited as being short and buggy. And I went and I looked up a walkthrough on YouTube, and all of the walkthroughs are for like 100% completion. All trophies is under 2 hours. It's like usually about an hour 45 to 2 hours. So hey, Smokelingers, thank you for visiting. Go. Can I have some water before you go? Thank you. And thank you, Storm Dragon, for visiting. Oh, why are my antlers cut off in that? But I don't understand.
Small Cess just rated with 9 viewers.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Small Sis. Hi, Tachyon. Thank you so much. Welcome, readers. Hello, hello. Hey, Agron. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. It's not this, it's Shadow. Thank you so much. You were just chatting. What did you guys talk about? Oh no, it's a disappointment. Hello, Small Sass. Who's reading? Ooh, what were you reading? Aww, yeah. I don't use it very often because I'm reading a novel, like just a straight up novel. Hello, Dials. Hello, hello. Web novel? Oh, cool. Thank you so much. Have a good day at work. Let me know if you need anything. I dropped some frames. I don't know why. But thank you so much. But yes. We are going to be playing Armikrog, and I would say that my goal is to finish it in under 2 hours so that I can refund it. Because $10 for a $2 game is, in my opinion, pretty crazy in terms of like value. It's kind of low. But if the 100% walkthroughs are about 2 hours, I probably won't finish it in under 2 hours, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna have to take the loss, and I'm trying hard to make it stick. He's already free. What even is an Armikrog? So, this was a game that was requested by King of Midgard, who is the king of asking me to play niche games no one knows anything about, and that also still somehow cost a crazy amount of money on Steam. Armikrog is the third in a trilogy of claymation games. Claymation stop motion. We played the other two. The first one was... I don't remember what its name is. I know what the second one's name is because I didn't finish it. Skull Monkeys. What was the name of the first one? Anyway, it doesn't matter. And that born the 3-hour Clay Bible ASMR, which truly started me on my journey of ASMR. But that was also a stop motion claymation puzzle game. The second one was a platformer, and I did not complete it due to just general sadness. And the third one is apparently also another, yeah, unfortunately it is. If I can't remember what the name of it is, though. I can look it up on the... Here, boy, give me all your bits.
Hidden from the Sun one just cheered 251 bits. Cheer 251 # free popper.
Free popper. Thank you so much for the 251 bits, Eden. Thank you. And thank you for the 100 bits from the bot. Free me. Yes, the Neverhood. Thank you. I was about to go look it up. Yes, the Neverhood was the first in the trilogy. We completed that. And that game was fun. I did not enjoy Skull Monkeys that much. It was definitely like an older platformer, and I was not very good at it. You are! Congratulations! And I think you got a new bit badge yesterday too, right? Or was that Planet Popper? One of you two got a new bit badge. No, it was definitely you, right? I know you got one, and Gull got one. Got a new one. Speaking of, I wanted to ask you guys a question. And I kind of wanted to ask Gull this question too, but she's not here. I know that Pedro, let's see. Had the idea that we have the rich emote be available to the high... I am so sorry what the hell just happened with my throat. To the highest tier of the bit badges. which would now be 25K. However, Gull has a little bit of an unfair advantage in that respect because she lives with me, and I basically give her all of the money back anyway because it pays for stream stuff. So like, even though she does have the top bits, she's not losing all of that money like you guys are. So to me, it personally, like, and maybe nobody else cares and maybe it's just a me thing, but I personally feel it's a little bit unfair for her to have an exclusive emote because she's at the highest tier and nobody else is. Because she's not technically paying as much as you guys are. Like, yeah, she's given me 25,000 bits, but those 25,000 bits have been given back to her, essentially. And so she's really only spent however much the extra is to Twitch versus everybody else who, when they give that amount of money, they lose all of it. So I just want, like, I don't want people to feel like I know, but I just feel a little bit bad. Here, boy, give me all your bits.
Planet Popper just cheered 100 bits. Celine, I'm sorry I can't keep up with Gull.
No, you nobody can, because she wouldn't be giving me this money if she wasn't getting it all back, let's be honest. So like I said, it's not like she's given me $250 and she'll never see that money again. It's no, she's given me $250 and then I give her that money back so that she can spend it on art for me, which she would do anyway. So it's just, that's why I said I feel a little bit bad having her be the only one with the rich emote when she isn't technically spending as much as anyone else. Yeah, it is a vicious cycle. So I wanted people's opinion. It's not hurting anyone? Sure. I guess I just didn't want anybody to have any bad feelings, because I could understand. You know. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Wait, what? Oh, slot assignment. Okay, well. Then, congratulations, idiots. You've just lost your badge. Only emote you need. Oh, don't worry. We'll hopefully be getting more. Hey, Scott. Yeah, we got some new... You walked out without breakfast? Oh, no. Well, I did put it in the microwave. That's my fault, so... I put it in the microwave and didn't take it back out, so... I'm doing fantastic. But yes, we have some new channel point rewards. Make sure that you visit the garden. That essentially allows people who don't want to chat, who are lurkers, to just click a button and you get to see how many times you visited me. So you can do that every day. We've also got the call you a good boy or good girl. We have request a video for me to react to. We have model for thighs and model for full body. Reading your message in an ooh voice. And an ada ada. Ada ada. Speaking of, So thank you. Shout out to Pedro for giving me a lot of these suggestions. Appreciate it. And yeah, so I'm gonna stop procrastinating and play this stupid claymation game. I might have to request that you put your pronouns for some people, but here, I'll get all close too. Here. Planet Popper, you're such a good boy. I was thinking about that last night. I was like, should I require that they put their pronouns? And I was like, I'm pretty sure people who are going to redeem that, I'm going to know what their pronouns are because they've been around long enough. But you're right, I should, just to be safe. Your rewards. Channel points. Fixed. Hey, RC, thank you so much. Yeah, big shout out to RC. I have it set. I thought about that. I made it so that the good boy, good girl could only be redeemed once per stream. So only get to be called good once. Okay. Thank you so much to Pedro for giving AirC. No, I didn't want it to be spammed. And so you're gonna have to come back again tomorrow for your daily affirmation. Thank you so much, Pedro, for gifting AirC VIP. Honestly, I should have done that already. But I didn't think about it, I'll be honest. And yes, thank you so much to AirC. She, hopefully, pronouns will get me in trouble every time. She helped me get the redeems together. You know, it's because of her that I have the garden redeem in the first place, because I didn't know how to do it. And so I have to be extra careful that I have Mix It Up running every morning. Uh-oh. Do we finally have... Oh, and not just the channel points. AirC has been an absolute beast with the art lately, and she has finished my pirate. I'm gonna put pirate in huge quotation marks because, let's be honest, the pirate theme kind of got away from us when we were designing. It's now like a water siren theme, and I sent in the request for it to be rigged. I'm so excited. I want like the hair and the like edges of the flowers and the like seaweed on my shirt to like softly move like stuff does underwater. Can we get a tease? Absolutely you can. Because this one's not a secret like the other one is. Yeah, we can actually go to her Twitter, and let's hope that I don't get banned by going on oh, I didn't hit the post all button. Oh, yes I did. Okay. It's not, like I said, it's not really a pirate. The original idea was pirate, and it kind of got away. But yes. So yeah, we're definitely more mermaid than pirate, but am I getting anything that's gonna get me in trouble? No. God, that's fucking dank as hell. Well, I didn't mean for it to be that big. Hold on. My DMs are being leaked. No! I'm just kidding. That's just art in there. But yeah, that's the art. She did such a great job. It's so beautiful. Look at me. It is awesome. I love it so much. So yeah, I'm hoping that like the hair will flow just a little, and this will be more of the rigger's job, but like I want like the little pieces to like just move just a little, so it kind of looks like I'm underwater. But yeah, I love this so much. Does it have a new toggle too? No, it doesn't. I am not made of money. As much as I wish that I was. I technically have a tail on my model right now, if you see it between my legs. I mean, the base body is the same, so... I mean, yeah, I could technically toggle it nude, yeah, but I don't have any, like, custom underwear, I guess I should say. So, yeah, technically I could ask the rigger to make a nude toggle for the base body. Well, wait, no, because the tattoos won't be the same, right? So if I switched to a nude toggle, it would have the wrong, like, body, wouldn't it? I don't know how rigging works. I don't know how it all works. It's just new layers overlaid to the arms. Oh, okay. I don't know how any of that stuff works. I would probably just ask you to make the toggle, because you don't have to, like, do any actual rigging, right? And you know where all the layers are. If I wanted to, which I don't. Like I said, it's... But yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you so much. And yes, I'm going to get my tail re-rigged to come up here, where I have it here. Otter rigged it down here, which is fine. You know, it's understandable to not know what to do with the deer tail. But we've kind of edited it so it'll kind of wag on the side, hopefully. But yeah. But no new toggle for this one. This one will be strictly for Twitch. Don't worry, there's more than enough new toggles. Oh, yeah. That's kind of why I also wanted to be a completely separate model. Yes, Mousebot. Hi. Yes, I definitely will not be having a
Planet Popper gifted a Tier 1 subscription to Wolfred.
Oh, thank you so much, Planet Popper, for gifting us up to Wolfram. Welcome back to the family. Welcome, welcome. What am I making? Nothing. This is me showing off my future water / mermaid / siren alternative made by Aircy. Thank you so much. Summertime? No, we got a whole different outfit for summer, which I can't reveal yet, but I may or may not be debuting it on June 20th if it's ready. But yeah, she's been working so hard. Thank you so much to Aircy. She's gotten 2 outfits / like theme changes outfits finished in 2 weeks for me. She's been incredibly amazing, and like I said, this art is just gorgeous. I know. Unfortunately, Mooney is busy. Or else I would have them get rigged right now. Am I procrastinating? Yeah, but people wanted to see the art, so my fault. It's not my fault. But yes. It's beautiful. Thank you. Alright, you're right. We're procrastinating. So yes, as I was saying, Armikrog. Kind of a game that I'm like, I'm playing, but I will do it. It could potentially be about 3 hours or so. And I am going to follow a guide because I don't want to be here all day. For when I get lost. Alright, so let's go. I might suggest a little higher cost. No. Hooves redeems when there's a full body. No, I think that's okay because usually like what I'll do is I'll like compile a bunch of videos to watch and then play them all at once. So like a couple of hours of videos, and I think that's okay for, because it's not like I'm gonna suddenly like stop and watch them. Or wait, no, I needed the Xbox one. Any restrictions? I need to be able to play it on stream. Preferably stuff that's not gonna get, you know, destroyed by YouTube for Twitch VODs. But yeah, I have to be able to play it on Twitch without getting copyrighted / DMCA'd. And I would prefer if I'm able to keep the YouTube VOD intact, but if I can't, then, you know, you live and you learn. Do we just send a link in chat? You can do it. I think you can post the link when you do the redeem, right? So you can either give me a name. How about your preferences? I'm fine with anything. Hello? Please recognize the game that I'm trying to stream, please. Okay, it's recognizing the sound. Oh, there we go. Got it. Right, starting the game. Oh god. Oh my god. This is so dank. Ah. Hey, John the Goat. Let's get down like this. Jesus. I also have to pull up my... Yeah, sorry. Let me pull up my guide real quick, just in case. Jesus. I'm sorry, Petro, I can't hear you.
Okay, Beak.
I'm just glad we're still alive.
Yeah, me too. Now, let's get a look at the hull. Yeah, this does not look good.
I don't think our pod insurance is gonna cover this. Our deductible is nuts too.
Beak, look at that. What do you make of this guy?
Ooh, an omelet.
Ooh.
Give me a hand, give me a hand!
Beaky! Beaky, will help.
Tommy Nod!
Nice work, little wing buddy.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Looks good enough for me. Let's go in.
Yeah, hold on. We don't know what's inside. There could be Carpathian brain suckers or even... Beaky, what is this place?
Got me.
Oh my god, Jesus. Oh, no. What do you mean? There's no... Okay. Hold on. I guess I have to do it in the the thing. You know what I'm talking about? The thing. Where? Okay. I have to open the volume mixer and turn this. How are you a game that was made in 2015 and you have no volume slider? Okay, that's much more bearable for me. What is it like for you guys? Okay. Okay, that's much better. I had to turn it down in the volume mixer to like 20%. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, Planet Opera. Yeah, Petra, that would be great. I actually enjoy the gacha genre. I'm sure that actually surprises a lot of people since I've never played a gacha. I've kind of been tempted to play the new like big. Is it like Wave something? It's like the new what everybody is calling like the new Genshin. I kind of want to play that a little. But I used to play a lot of gachas, like a lot of gachas back in the day. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Wuthering Waves? Yes. Wuthering Waves. I kind of been tempted. Because I never got into Genshin because it was like an RPG, and like I personally prefer like the Epic 7 style of gacha. I love Dragalia Lost. That was one of my favorite gachas. And Epic 7 is one of my favorites too. Oh no. Yes, I also have never seen a game that was done in claymation. And like I said, the Neverhood was a fine game. Ew. It was supposed to be an achievement. Okay. Did I get the achievement? Where's my achievements? I'll do it one more time. It says there were supposed to be 6. I don't know how many I've done. Oh
Get a load
boy.
of that thing.
Ah, I knew you'd come. You have traveled far, yet your true journey begins through the exit unseen.
The exit unseen.
Know this. To open one door, you must block another.
Yes, it is a point and click puzzle game.
As the beast blocks your entrance, your exit shall appear. Ah, I knew you'd come. You have traveled far, yet your true journey begins through the exit unseen.
Now that looks important.
I know, I was gonna say this looks a lot smoother. than the first game, for sure. Okay. No, it says X or Y to switch to Beak Beak, but what are my controls? Wait, hold on. How do I, what? Oh, okay. I clicked on the dog. Okay, that makes sense. Oh God. Yeah, you would think as somebody who hates gacha or hates like gambling, I would hate gacha. Hey, Dragon King. Oh, look at you with your little Minecraft badge. I'm doing great. Thank you so much. Oh my God, everything is so squiggly. Okay, hold on. I need to. Yeah, oh, thank you. Sending good vibes your way too. Yeah, I only play gachas free to play. Because I don't like gambling. So I will gamble with free money. I have to write this stuff down because it's all they randomize their puzzle solutions. So if you guys could see the absolute art I'm drawing. You'd be paying millions for my art. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't gamble at all either. Nice. Also, I should probably... No, not your primary waifu. Yeah, that always sucks. I had a pretty stacked, roster in Epic 7. What is my favorite part about this game? We've just started, but honestly, the soundtrack is pretty dope. I want to make sure that I write this down. The quit button. I mean, honestly, you're not that wrong. Okay. Have a good lurk, Hidden. We left our dog behind. Oh, never mind.
Ooh, smells like bacon in here.
Aw, thank you. Smells like bacon in here.
Greetings, friend. I am Abraham Lincoln.
I will be honest, I didn't write down the solution, so hold on one sec. I have to get it again. It was like 1, 2, 3, 1, I think? Or was it only 2? I had to listen again. Oh no, it was 2. Yeah, okay. I didn't hear the first one. Okay. So it's another combat RPG kind of gotcha? Bleh.
Whatever happened here, it was not good.
Wait, where's my mouse? Okay, there it is.
What do we have here?
Otters. Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't played a lot of Genshin. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. I was supposed to... crank this more. There we go. Ba, 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 ba. Trying to keep note of any squigglies. I don't think I saw any. Okay. This one got. Oh, sorry, chat. I don't really have room on my. I should probably move my controller over here so I can keep my. This is a boop, and it's like a little bird. Or like there's like an image of like the raptors from Jurassic Park, and they're like drawn, and it's like, what if the raptors from Jurassic Park were just trying to help the children? And it kind of looks like a drawing of one of them. Oh, and then can I get this squiggly? Oh,
Ah,
okay.
Denive, ora se ken rasedetsu, ne siver saperda, in motavoco sitini rap, e ori ne dagacom ortense et sinar, se de rap, sa et aleso rag, vadat sonuglasi gart mok ni mat. Se alti nob spirosnik, et nadetsu al ruho rala ed, dar raret ne, la trof, Armikrog. Dareka Roberta mak anu asak rap sinigam, ne u tun love, eduti vaxe. Ne Armikrog sorten dalter seed nu sifi kappa div, rugas et alse mongrel, dien ragav se galitsor, e ortat se grillet ne gidni aspirosnik. Geula nu chef, nis dien rasiva. Armikrog daraja dog, e kata rap nu zoreth, rerug. Neik, salt nemdian ratla from musfrey dab. Darina intensivas alvara nuda bilum ne Armikrog, e acer edale se asan feed. Erdap et erdam, sifi cap moxole sadase, daribas et se asi ardat nunem. Et se redumar fini, nudidra amna da arufise rap o ile edibne, daraxa al redap et Armikrog rap us oias canad, edaref erdamak al anak a itse redap, erdap renap tonelda nu entenlav asan feed, orab ya, dase de riot, go jaba rap aslavir. Dare apag ojaba, orab as ala adiv erbas, akal ne Armikrog. Ola sednaas et rumle, daragas se imnak et se, oribas on endale osu, o olas re emuras se sonugla mokla higni rep, a sonugla amikes et ederdab, yasio capo de rab razadar et alka erbos et se a curb, o rabosaka de su de rabra nivida et dale osu.
What? Shout out to the voice actress for, I don't know if she actually had to like voice that gibberish or if she like had other voice lines and they like did some of them backwards, or if it was different words in different languages, but like she killed that. It sounded very natural. Oh yeah, it definitely has been. I've been very much enjoying the voice acting. Excuse me. Oh, you're not supposed to. Okay. Beep.
What was that?
Ew.
It's a baby.
Can you imagine the wandering monsters this thing is attracting? I'm just saying.
I agree with you, Beaky.
Tommy, don't touch that thing. You don't know where it's been.
Okay,
Pee? Okay. There you go. Tommyknot has you now. I'll take care of you until we can figure out how to get you back to where you belong.
Ew. Children. I didn't agree to this. What? Oh, okay.
Well, that was interesting.
Oh, wait, no! I left a thing on the ground. I know. Gross.
Whoa, yeah, this is great. Whee!
Whee! Okay, and our last one is we have like a little fly. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Can I like, how do I get out? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, how do I get out? How do I... How do I get out of the car? No, I don't. Help. I don't... What? How do I... I don't... Am I just real dumb? Like, I don't... Okay, hold on. I got, like, sucked up into this thing, right? So, one would assume... You can't... I feel like it's something, like, just super obvious. I'm just not getting it. How do I get out of this car? I can't click on Beaky. Help! Tentacle mom, let me out. Oh, I had to fucking sit there. Okay. Alright. My bad. My bad. It's my fault. Where's my card with the answers? He doesn't remember any of this stuff. Ew, things are beating. Oh, okay, so... Oh, what was the first symbol? It was... Okay. Wait, what? Oh, in order in the middle row. Okay. So wait. But it's not possible because my little thing isn't here. I have the little, like... Wait, what? Yeah, I have, like, the little... Oh! Oh. Okay. Oh, that's hard. Where's my little dude? Oh, here he is. Okay. And then I need the fly. Where's the little fly symbol? Where's my little fly symbol? Where are you at? Oh, there he is. Okay. So let's get you over here. Oh god, and now I have to try to find the other one. Oh wait, wait, it's literally right above me. thought that was the answer. What? Oh, and then I press a button. Duh. Me and my ability to solve puzzles. Hey, Cliff. Beep beep beep. Woof 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 woof. Why are there dogs barking in the background? I will take a drink, thank you so much. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Excuse me. Oh no, sliding puzzles. Me? Okay. Oh, okay. I could probably do more than one. I've just realized. I cannot, no. I lied. What a fucked up puzzle. Okay. I must write this down. So, Jason Spear has green. Bob Doll has red. Elliot Balo has purple. Skello has blue. And Tetsuya, I cannot read the rest of that, has yellow. Okay.
That looks kind of familiar.
We have a new Bible. Get ready, chat.
Inspire others to great heights, and your objectives shall be reached. A small room is a tall room, depending on where you put the floor.
Hold on one sec. Go message me again.
Although peaceful by nature, we do have some light artillery. Its operation requires a correct answer. Consider this. To travel faster, could it be best to travel farther? Inspire others to great heights, and your objectives shall be reached.
All right. Get ready, chat. We're in for another... Never mind, we're not playing Minecraft today. We're gonna be here for the rest of our lives. I'm gonna be right back, as this took me 3 hours last time. So... Alright, boys and girls and others. Strap in. This is for the YouTube video. What is this called? Welcome to Celine Reads. All of the stories in the Hall of Heroes in Armikrog. Story 1, The Black Miner. For 7 years, I did not see Maeva, though I heard her name in passing. I did not love her, because I did not know her by name. But I loved her presence in the universe. Her person. Even if she knew me, she could not love me, or I was unlovable. Back in the mine, she was spared the worst of me. Though Maeva would come to be the focus of my desire, my attraction to her could not be expressed by the brute that I was. I was but a few steps up from an animal, yet my desire for her was beyond anything else I knew or loved. It was worship. I was raised in the black mine. Blanks are slices of rocks, which are held to the forehead so a thought can self-scribe onto the surface. When a blank has been scribed, it is called a thought rock. Some are more valuable than others. Thoughts usually come with greater meaning when they are scribed on a blank. The laws of our civilization are inscribed upon a series of blanks. The best thought rocks are displayed in museums and studied. Whole libraries full of thought rocks are preserved and handed down for future generations to enjoy. In threat of war, thought rocks are moved underground or protected by armies. While thought rocks are important, mere blanks are considered mundane. They are inexpensive to mine, in part because of the labor to mine them is cheap. It is the task of the low class to dig them out of the ground. Because I have no honorable blood in my line, I was given no education and no other option for work. I was destined to be a blank miner. Oh, that said blank miner this entire time, not black miner. Nodders, I can read. I am Zerk. The foreman of blank mine was a broad-shouldered, ambitious, loud man named Joxon Rexon. It was he who told us where to dig and for how long. His favorite miners were given top-level duty. I was not his favorite, but my productivity was of importance to him. Top-level duty meant we were digging at the highest level of the mine, and usually got to see light at least 4 times a day, when the Hall of Blanks were taken to the surface, and we got to sleep above ground in tents, while crews from other levels had to sleep in the mines. I had worked my way from the lowest levels of duty to finally gain a place among the top level. Joxon Rexon liked having one there, because the yield increased when I joined, and he could trust me even when he wasn't watching. This is when I first saw Maeva. Joxon Rexon was far braver than I, and his blood superior to mine. He came from an intimidating level of education and power, so of course she would willingly be his. Every day he would come back and speak of the beautiful Maeva. At first I was disinterested, but the more he talked of her, the more my interest grew. Still I had not seen her. And one day, when I was near his office alone and unwatched, I decided I would sneak a look at the thought rock with her image that Jackson said was put upon his desk. I remember the day well, for it was the pivot on which the rest of my life turned. It was the moment I discovered love. The office was dusty and cluttered with piles of thought rocks. Natural light streamed in through a single hole in the ceiling, a perk of being a foreman of this mine. And bathed in the light of was the thought rock with Maeva's face inscribed upon it. I was like a creature waking from hibernation. I stood stunned, unable to move. Her beauty was beyond anything I could have ever thought. I would have gladly given 1,000 days in the surface light to meet her face to face. Her features were wondrous. I studied every detail. Approaching footsteps interrupted my trance. I put the slate back on the desk and pressed my back against the wall behind a stack of thought rocks. Jackson Rexon entered, walking right past me. He went to a stack of thought rocks at the back of the office and began searching through them. In his moment of distraction, I fled unnoticed. Barack's, my tent mate, always slept with his eyes open, so it seemed like he was staring at me. This disturbed me, but that night, I didn't even notice. They say that working in the blank mines puts blank particles into your body. Some say blank particles soak into the skin via pores. That would explain a lot, because Maeva's face was inscribed into my mind, as if my brain was a blank, and the image of her has not faded since. The next morning, we were back to mining on top-level duty, but I could not concentrate on carving blanks from the rock walls. My heart was still on that image of Maeva. In a moment of passion, I threw down my tool and leaned against the wall of mine. I told myself to stop thinking of her. After all, I did not know her, and she would never know a thing like me. At that moment, the image of Maeva etched itself into the mine wall before me. I looked to either side, terrified that a fellow miner had seen it, but my crew was working a little further down the shaft, and no one was looking my way. Quickly, I cut the image of Maeva from the rock and tucked it into my pocket, but I was not to be so lucky. Another image of Maeva inscribed itself into the blank cave wall, and this time it was 8 heads tall. There was no way I could hide it. To my horror, images of Maeva scrawled all over the walls and ceilings of the cave. The members of my crew cried out in shock when images of Maeva appeared in front of them. I was terrified of what Jackson Rexon would do to me, but the sheer number of images saved me. It was impossible to tell who was responsible because they were everywhere, even in front of Jackson Rexon. I regained my head in faint ignorance. "What's going on?" I asked. Jackson Rexon threw his stool in rage. Not only was one of us obviously thinking of his girl, but of the day's yield of blanks rocks were ruined. "Who did this?" he screamed. All eyes went down. No one spoke. He repeated the question. Again, there was no response. I feared him too much to tell the truth. In a fit of jealous rage, Jackson Rexon switched the entire top crew with the lowest crew in the mine, the ditchmongers. Ditchmongers saw the light of day once a month at best. They slept in the mine in sleeping bags because the 8-mile walk to the surface would take up too much of the workday. We had nothing but old dirty sleeping bags to warm us in those dark caves. It was on the first night in the deep caves, while I lay in my sleeping bag, that I discovered the thought rock of Maeva I had kept in my pocket. I had forgotten it, but now it warmed me in a way that the light of a day could not. And now more than ever, I wanted to see her, face her. The ditchmongers. We worked by lamplight in the lowest of the blank mines, our eyes strained to adjust to the pitch black. My crew numbered just over 20, but I was closest to Barack's. Not that we had anything in common. He was of noble blood, caught beating a servant and sent to prison for a year. Upon release, his father arranged him to work with the top-level crew, to develop his character before going back to surface society. The only thing it gave Barox was new victims. Barox had a nose for finding weakness in others and exploiting it to his advantage. When a new member was added to the team, Barox would bully them, first verbally, then physically, until they fought back. It was how he tested them. He found their breaking point. Even though I was the lowest of the low, he never attacked me. At the time, I didn't know why. I now think it was because we were assigned together as tent mates while on the top level. Barox probably thought it unwise to create strife with a person in which he shared sleeping quarters. Now demoted to dishmonger, sleeping in the open cave, Barox's abstention of abuse towards me continued. Some members of our crew were captured in the Wanadi Desert and sold to the mine as slaves. Two of them, Jag and Joe, were wrinkled twin brothers who talked to the walls as they mined the rock. They would apologize to the mountain for the injury they were about to administer. It was all in their Watanese language, and they would translate their favorite saying to us. Their brothers took turns pounding the same chunk of rock while chanting in unison, Armikrog, Armikrog, Armikrog. There was another black, blank miner I feared, though not in the way the others feared Barox. This miner had a thin frame and a nervous smile. His face was caked with black earth. His smile exposed jagged yellow teeth. To be near him was akin to walking past an open grave at night. His name was Weave. My first assignment as a ditchmonger was to work side by side with Weave in a narrow shaft. The blanks were cut. We cut were stacked on a hoist, which when fully loaded, was pulled up and out of the shaft, unloaded by others, and then lowered again to us. This was the first time I had worked alongside Weave, and it was unnerving. He would mumble all day long using my name, as if we were having a conversation. Zerk, you work long? Yes, Zerk work long. But then I tried to reply. He would argue that he hadn't said anything. I grew to despise Weave and began to calculate how I could get Barox to ill-treat him. I was still, you will remember, not much higher than an animal. Though my heart was filled with Maeva, my soul was dark. Barox refused to beat Weave. I'm sure he abstained because he did not like the idea of doing so because it was my idea. After 2 weeks of working alongside Weave, I was desperate to be rid of him. It was then that I decided to ask the Abominant. Since he worked chained to a steel ball, each member of the crew had to take turns carrying his lunchtime meal to him. As luck would have it, it was my turn. I approached the Abominant and set the food down on the ground, just barely within his reach. He did not look at me or acknowledge my presence. His massive form was seated on the cave floor, turned away from me. I waited for a moment, my words faltering, for my mind was taking in the mystery of the creature. Finally, I swallowed and whispered, I need a favor. No. His voice was like a deep rumble. But you don't even know what. I will not kill for you. Not Weave, not anyone. His words disarmed me. I had expected an oaf, an idiot, but he was well spoken. His appearance did not match his speech. You have worked for weeks next to that sewer urchin. Anyone forced to do so would soon desire him dead. But the Abominant was not done. He turned his ugly face towards me. His eyes seemed to drill deep into mine. I know why your crew is working as ditchmongers. It's your fault. It was you whose mind etched Maeva's voice, etched Ava's face on the mine walls. A bolt of horror struck me. My knees felt weak, arms heavy. No, I'm not gonna make that stupid joke. And I nearly collapsed. How could he know? He had been chained to the steel ball in the deepest mines for years. I wanted to lie. What use would it have been? Even if he were only guessing, the expression on my face had already confessed. Your secret will be well kept with me. Why? I stammered. Because it is a secret of love. The The abominate got up and came over to where I had set the food. Instinctively, I took a step back from the massive form towering over me. Perhaps it was because he promised to keep my secret that I felt that I could ask him a question about himself. Is it true what they say about your wife? I asked. Rage exploded across his face. A bellow of anger burst from his lips that sounded like 100 wild animals. His hand snapped out towards me. Before I could act, they encircled my head. Yet they did not touch my skin. There was murder in his eyes. Ask me about my wife again, and I will eat your corpse before it cools. He turned away from me, and I fled. To strike a mountain. I awake in my sleeping bag. Through squinting eyes, I see Borox's face. His eyes wide but sleeping. Always sleeping with those wide eyes. Out of my sack, on my undergarments, work robe and pill hat, my chest is soaked from a dream sweat. I've been running in the dream. Was it being pursued? Can't remember. Some of the others were stirring. Stench fills the air from a bedpan used during the night. I choked on the foul odor. Walking down the mine shaft to our last work area, I hear only my own footfalls and the distant moans of the billows forcing air down into this low circle of hell. My coarse, cracked fingers clutch the pick handle. Lamplight illuminates a circle before me. My free hand skims the wall as I walk, bouncing over roughly hewn rock. There are 800 miners, but not a sound of hammering on the mountain walls. I will be the first. Today my hammer will be the first. I rear back with my tool, my mighty weapon, the one that gnaws at mountains and fells them. I strike the wall, and my life is changed forever. The heart of the mountain. The rock face splits before my pick, and I'm struck. Not my body, my being is struck, my very soul. I teeter away from the wall, putting a foot to steady myself. My hand goes to my chest, rubbing the plate that covers my internal workings. But why? My soul cannot reside there, for it is immaterial. Lamplight from my helmet casts wild shadows along the rock. Suddenly, my vision is filled with a purple mass, a purple ball of fuzz held in a crevice in the rock. Reaching in with bare hands, my fingers sink into the hairy surface. It is the size of my fist. It is pulsating, beating. I fall into the wall like diving into a pool. I am weightless. I'm looking back at the surface. I'm looking back at myself. I am looking back at me, Zerk, my arm outstretched, hand gripping the new me. Zerk's face is blank, my own body falls limp to the ground. His helmet rolls across the floor and bumps against the wall. The lamp flickers. I am the mountain. This is what it is to be the mountain. My feet go deep into the planet's surface. I do not feel large. The sky above is wide and deep. I feel small. Clouds encircle me. They are a shroud over my shoulders, a garland around my head. Rivers of water bubble up inside me, pour down my face, back, and arms, until they fall from my fingertips into the valley lake. Though made of many kinds of rock, I am not dead. My form is teeming with life. I am a home for bugs, animals, moles, and fish in the water of my belly. The assortment of greens that course in and out of me is beyond count. The roots conspire with the water to split me open, and I give them ground, then take it back from elsewhere. My mind takes in the array of mine passages cut into me. The miners have cut them like ants, burrowing down from the surface they have come. Downward I search the tunnels, but what am I seeking? My mind rests upon the lowest crew, the ditchmongers. I see one lying on the cave floor. He seems to be a long-forgotten memory, a vision of something from a millennia ago. Then I know it is my body, but what was my name? The rest of the ditchmongers are coming. They are coming with their tools to work. They find the fallen body. They will bury it because it is dead. A decision must be made. Do I remain as I am, or return to what I was? Mava. I will go back for that name. Though I know she will visit this mountain, she will not know it is me. If only I could make her into the mountain to stand alongside me. How we could tower into the heavens together. Our roots would entangle and we would face the storms together. Our unveiling bodies would endure together forever. But if she never comes, I will never meet her. A rage burns inside my person, and I feel lava bubbling in the bowels of my foundation. If remaining here means being isolated from Mava, then curse this mountain. I must return to my old, frail worm of a mortal body. But what was my name? Rooked. Discrut. Hurts? The ditchmonger's voice booms out. Anyone seen Zerk? Zerk. That was my name. The ditchmonger crew is coming. They will find my body on the ground, assume I had been killed by the mountain, or by the one whose touch is death. They will bury my body, and I will be trapped here. Escape. Strap in. That was just one of 8. Like I said, we're gonna be here for the next 3 hours. Ow. I just hit my elbow. Okay, bro. Ada. I feel like I have to do that Ana properly. Hold on. Ana. There you go. You get a free one. Also, hello. How do I return? It must be the same path by which I came so long ago. The purple ball of fuzz, it rests in its crevice. Zerk must touch it again for me to return. But he lies prostrate, dead. He cannot come to me. I must go to him. My thoughts go to the weakness of the rock that surrounds the purple fuzzball. With a small effort, I split the slab of rock free. It shatters on the cave floor, sending a shower of rock across Zerk's body. With it, the fuzzball is carried until it touches Zerk. I'm swimming up from the depths of the pool. My head breaches the surface and I sit up in my old body. Just as the wretch of the ditchmonger crew arrives, Borax runs to me. Zerk, the whole wall just broke across you. Are you hurt? I cover the fuzzball with my fingers, but my mind can't form a response, so I nod. The crew begins their work. I hide the fuzzball in my helmet and put it back on. I look up. The Abominate is watching me. A visit from corporate. It was the day after I found the purple fuzzball. The ditchmonger crew was now working in the same area where I had found it. A familiar horn etched through the walls. It was the one to announce Joxon Rexon. Looking up, we saw him coming down from the shaft with 2 workers in white bodysuits. They were carrying a device between them by long handles that protruded out of its sides. And that was a really loud chair. It settled on the pure white suits. Wherever they bumped into the mine, they left dark skid marks. I had never known Joxon Rexon to come to the bottom level of the mine. When we were top level, he'd always send someone else down when inspections were ready. Whatever. But he never came himself. Step away from the walls, he screamed. We complied. The 2 workers stepped forward, adjusting their grip on the device. One of them flipped a switch and it began to hum. A scream came to life, its glow turning the white of their suits red. They maneuvered the device along the cave wall, guided by something on the screen. They stopped in front of the spot on the wall where I dug out the purple fuzzball. The device was going off a different tone now. They switched it off. One of them pulled on a rubber glove and stuck his fingers into the crack. A chill went down my spine. Now I knew what they were looking for. A moment later, the inspector withdrew his hand, shaking his head. Jackson Rexon looked agitated. His face was red and wet with sweat. My instincts told me this inspection wasn't his idea. It had come from further up the food chain, but I knew I had to remain calm. They must be searched, the inspector said. Jackson Rexon smiled wickedly. Of course, he replied. Then to us he said, you will each submit to a thorough search of your body. Remove your clothes. We all scowled and grumbled at this, but we had to obey him, so each began to take off his clothing. I was in trouble now. The purple fuzzball was still inside my helmet. I started pulling off my shoes, my mind racing for a solution. I was close to the end of the line, near Abominate. I had to take a chance that they would help me. I have what they are looking for, as I whispered to him. We have the heart of the... You have the heart of the mountain. I nodded. Help me hide it. I cannot touch it. A beating heart will stop in my hands. The inspectors were already working their way down the line of shivering forms. Weave was searched by 2 inspectors. He was squirming uncomfortably. I took the opportunity to drop the fuzzball out of my hat and onto the floor. I covered it with my right foot. Rox's eyes were full of rage. We don't have anything but our tools, Rexon. Why not search our camp? Jackson Rexon gathered his composure and spoke through clenched teeth. The entire camp was already being searched, Borax. Do you think I would come down here to smell your stink if I did not have to? The men in white carefully checked their rubber gloves for holes before inspecting every crevice of the Abominate. He laughed at them. If you go any deeper, you're going to find something you may wish you hadn't. The dishmonger crew laughed. The inspector checked the Abominate's pile of clothes, reaching into the toe of each boot before tossing them aside. Now it was my turn. They began to searching my clothes. You're looking for the purple fuzzball, are you not? I whispered. They leaned in towards me. Where is it? I nodded with my head towards Jackson Rexon. I saw him dig it out of the very spot where your machine guided you. Did I miss the game? No, this is the game. If you remember the Neverhood, we're gonna be here for a while. They nodded. We will inspect him too. One of them went back to searching my clothes, the other searching me. If he has it with him, he will surely hide it before you're finished with us. I said, hoping they would leave me. My heart sank. When only the inspector searching my clothes stopped to go search Jackson Rexon. The other continued. Please lift your foot. Suddenly his eyes closed and he fell to the floor, dead. The Abominate stood over him. I expected to hear the terrified screams of the ditchmongers and Jackson Rexon. Wait, what? Roxon Jackson? Screaming for the Abominate's blood, but all was silent. I had been so intent on hiding the fuzzball that I had not seen what the Abominate had done. Looking around now, free ASMR. All my ASMR is free, except for the saucy parts, which you can find on my Patreon at patreon.com/Celine Whitetail. I had been so intent on hiding. Well, I already read that. Looking around now, I saw that everyone was dead, even Jackson and the other inspector. It's exclamation mark ASMR. All ASMR is free except for the ones that aren't. Exactly. Are you going to kill me? The Abominate shook his head. They would have killed us all, even if you had gave it to them. Now, a gift. The abominant splayed his hands open against the wall, and using a pickaxe, he cuffed off his little finger. He wrapped it in a sock and gave it to me. This is your weapon in case we get separated. The Ditchmonger camp had been ransacked. Sleeping bags were torn into pieces, their stuffing strewn across the campsite. Our personal packs had been dumped out in a heap on the floor. The abominant had been right. They did not intend to leave us alive. Weave had owned a spare headlamp, which he used as a reading light. I tried to locate it in the mixed up heap of our belongings. It was a picture of a child between two proud parents. Perhaps this was Weave when he was younger. He was smiling in the picture and held a ball. My hand touched something hairy and warm, but lifeless. It was a dead rat, but still soft. Rigor had not yet set in. Weave had cared for the animal like it was a child. Apparently the men in white suits didn't feel the same. I found Weave's headlamp and put it in my pocket. Looking over the camp, I was stunned by our lack of belongings. There wasn't much for the inspectors to ransack. All of our life spent in a mine, but for what? What was this purple thing hidden in my helmet? Those who did this did not just see us as miners digging the mountain. They saw us as nothing. They thought of us as expendable, and we were all used up. Passing into the main hub that led into the mezzanine level, I saw crews of miners interrogated by many more white suits. Every level of management at the mine assisted them in searches, going through tents and even bedpans. The men in white suits were so preoccupied with searching workers that they did not notice me. A siren sounded, starting deep in the mine and making its way up to the top level. They had found the dead bodies. The entire mine was on lockdown. Men in white suits produced weapons from their coat pockets and strapped them to their hands. The weapons looked to be a mechanical joint with a needle in the end that folded out from the palm. A white-suited inspector shouted for me to get down on my stomach. My instincts told me to run, but I was scared. I hugged the ground. I kicked my knees apart, still shouting. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Zephyr. Then I remembered the abominant's gift. When the white suit turned away for a moment, I pulled out the bloody, soiled sock the abominant gave me and folded back the cloth to expose the severed finger inside. I put the severed finger against his boot and ran it up his leg until it met his flesh. He dropped to the ground like a rag doll. I carefully unstrapped the needle device from his palm and put it on my own. When the hand closed into a fist, the needle retracted into the palm so that it did not harm the wielder. But when the hand was opened, the mechanical arm stretched out from the palm about 8 inches, where a needle protruded that was brown and striped, like the stinger of a wasp. I got up and ran. Some white suits I ran past. Others I slung with the needle before they even saw me. I killed many with the abominant's finger. It was not physically difficult to kill. My conscience was what was difficult to overcome. I had never been in a position where my life was demanded of me, where the only way I could survive was to kill. But my soul was troubled by killing so many. I was right to kill a few in self-defense, but was I right to kill 100 in my attempt to escape? As I reached the higher levels, I saw fewer inspectors and more soldiers. These were military men owned by the state. They demanded total compliance from even the men in white suits. One of the men in white did not clearly hear an order given to him, so he asked for clarification. The soldier smacked him to the ground with the butt of his weapon. When I heard them coming, I threw Weave's spare headlamp down on the hall and doused my own. I got down on the ground, stretching out flat beside the wall like the dead. The soldiers marched past me to inspect the decoy lamp. By the time they reached it, I was gone. I was very near the surface now. I took cover against a wall, out of reach of the swirl of spotlights. I looked down at the needle weapon in my hand and decided not to use it again. I didn't need to have a needle weapon when I also had the Abominant's finger. A platoon of soldiers was hopping off a hover vehicle and marching away in the direction I had just come. It was strange to think that these inspectors and military had always been so close at hand. Then I put it all together. The mining company was not really interested in mining blank rock. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dug so deep. It was plenty close to the surface to mine for years. They had dug deep and in so many directions looking for what I now had hidden in my helmet, the heart of the mountain. The last of the soldiers disappeared down the shaft. I slipped underneath the hover vehicle and found a place in its working I could climb up into. The hover vehicle moved on. After some time, it emerged onto the surface. It was night, so there was no sun to greet me, but even the cool, fresh air felt wonderful. I was free of the mine. Help. Oh, got it. I found myself on a military base. The surface design was stark and open, leaving me few places to hide. The suns were just starting to rise, and with the forest over a mile away in any direction, I had no choice but to find a quiet building in which to hide and perhaps get some sleep. There were over 50 buildings, some teeming with activity and others unused. I cracked the door of the closet building that seemed unoccupied and went inside. The interior was dark. The room had row upon row of shelving. The only light came in through the opaque windows that let in a faint orange haze from the rising suns. Nobody could see through those windows. I smelled food. This was not the mere gruel we were served in the blank mines. These were special items that were probably reserved for top-ranking military personnel. I found the makings of a chip buddy on the shelf. There were slices of bread, scrap gleaned from a fryer, and deep-fried roots ready to be combined. There were slices of dried, degreased cheese backed on flattened dough. It was stored on top of a big bowl of compote smothered in commandiac curry. We're starting to get into proper nouns, of which I'm going to struggle. There was a bowl of guacamole made of manacado, and the usual boxes of Wex Ro Dujo and someone's dried pet Benjamin Bango. A tin can sported a green beard, not bread. I put this can in my pocket. When steeped properly, dried Spikel's beard mold makes an excellent tea. There was a slight glow cast across the shelf by Rotsomatic elixir of self-illumination. I did not want to glow in the dark, so I left that on the shelf. I also chose to leave the Gavno untouched. It's always good not to touch Gavno, especially when it is cold. A medicine cabinet held Grobo juice, and while I could use some short-term invisibility just about now, it was against my code of conduct to use a product created by the Grobo regime. I picked up a bottle of Minnescence Majesty, but it was empty. Just my luck. I placed a Numi-Num towel on my forehead to quickly bring a little peace and comfort to my nerves. When I leaned my head against the shelf, I knocked over a potion of Palinka. Not really my thing, so I left the bottle where it fell. I took some Kayla medicine that helped my aching feet. Further into the building, I heard the scuttle of animals in cages. Each animal had wires protruding from their body. At the time, I didn't know why, but I'm sure now the wires were probably used to harvest the diverse animal energy. There was a den ruse, a foyer cots, an orange cat useful for distraction in battle, a mated pair of Geletsor, and a Jivtone. A Novimus, also known as Novi, looked cuddly enough but didn't trust me enough to let me pet it. One cage held a tiny 3-year-old rabbit, and it was labeled Johnny Horse. A rusty cage held a hungry Glumpin and an elusive white-tufted bed double. A wiry dog-sized soft ran in circles in his cage, while a flat-faced tentacle-maned cephala kraken blinked its lazy eye. A spring-powered servant called Judith Butler fed the inhabitants of the cages. One animal was labeled Artemenius, and there were burn marks along the door of its enclosure. Next to it was a caged feral mooncat who kept howling, "I am Oscarina." There was a neglected cage of animals called Stutnik, Wagaschnaga, and Rami. They looked malnourished, so I threw handfuls of food in with them. I realized how bright the room had grown from the rising of the suns. If anyone came into this building, it would be hard to hide. I needed a place to hide and sleep until nightfall. I pulled down a painting of a black hole and set it on a magnificently monotone mandolin. When I lifted the painting, the tripolone was gone, but there was enough space cleared on the shelf for me to lay down. I squeezed onto the shelf. A tool belt hung down, hiding me. It had a cheese fork, a cool spot, an eye of Asterion, an old hobbyhawks, 2 MacGuffins, an oily flogskin croak, and a panic button. My eyes drooped closed, and I dreamed of a digital Renzum set. In my dreams, I could see a floating spatless. Space never looked more broad and full of adventure than in that deep sleep state. It was as if I was looking at the altered light of the RG Babon. I found a pile of dirt and started digging with the tectonic universal extractor. Though I was speaking, my words were not being heard by anyone. It was like I was speaking into a tail box, or perhaps I had been hit with a procrastinator ray. My hands were as cold as the 7th ring of Eureka, so I used a Tinderkrog to warm them. Azugas took me back in time 30 seconds, but I was just back to digging in the dirt. Something came down on my head with a loud snap. I reached out my dream hand and stopped a stick from hitting me again. I read the carving in the stick bark. Derpal, the oddly shaped stick of 823 and 37 wax. This was weird because it only hit me once, but it did not appear to be very oddly shaped. This was turning into a less than stellar dream. I used an Eller to smack myself in the face and wake up. When I woke up from my blissful slumber, the suns were going down. The room was taking a cooler hue. I crawled out of the shelf. I reached into my pocket and felt the sock with the abominant's finger. I considered taking more weapons from the building. There were crash tongs, a marauder, my axe fighting is terrible, a Nova shield, an Obs Bricklayton, a sandwich bazooka. I will regret not picking this up if I ever need to kill a sandwich. The repulsive shield, and the Yarg Burrow. None of these weapons could do what the abominant severed finger could do in an instant. Under cover of darkness, I left the warehouse, running from building to building towards the woods. Soldiers came in by hovercrafts and left again. The air was above us with frustration and panic. What they were looking for was missing. I knew this because what they were looking for was in my helmet. At the outskirts of the base, there were guards at 100-foot intervals. Some had needle weapons strapped to their hands, others had rifles. There was no way I would make it around them without confrontation. I gripped the sock housing the abomination's finger and walked casually up to the closest guard. When he saw me, he leveled his rifle at me. "Do not come any closer," he grunted. "I have orders from Jox and Rexon," he said, holding up my hands. The other guards turned to see what the commotion was about. The guard did not believe me, but it was as good as an excuse as I could think of on such short notice. I could see the woods just beyond. It would be the perfect place to hide. If I could make it into the woods, I would be free. I yelled at him, "You must listen to me right now. A bluff only works if you're completely committed to it." The guard shined a bright light in my face. "You're a minor. I need to see your identification." I threw the finger sock to him and caught it. "What is this?" "My identification," I replied. He opened the sock and stuck his hand inside. I was already running toward him when he went limp and fell to the ground. The surrounding guards were confused at the moment, so I scooped up the finger sock and ran for the trees. The rest of the guards snapped into action. Bullets and darts shot past me, but their hesitation was enough for me to reach the tree line before any of them could take a good aim. I reached the first tree and slid into the perfect darkness of the shadows. Fan out, after him. I pressed deeper into the woods, switching my hand lamp on to light my way, then off to hide. Behind me, I could hear the soldiers coming. I ran into a clearing and nearly over the edge of a deep ravine, kind of like I do in Minecraft all the time. At its edge, I skidded to a stop. Behind me, there was already the sound of the soldiers approaching. I pulled the purple fuzzball, still beating from my helmet, and tucked it into my pocket. Then I threw the headlamp off the cliff and into the ravine. It was far enough down the light was just visible, but the helmet itself could not be seen. I ran to the left along the ravine's edge, over waist-high scrub brush and a few boulders. Most of our people were right-handed. We rode from left to right, so I hoped the soldiers would think I went to the right. Without hesitation, I could easily have fallen into another ravine. Wait a minute, what the fuck is that logic? But I was counting on luck this time. I only had a few seconds before the guards would come into the clearing, and I would move in silence. 2 guards broke into the clearing and I dropped to the ground. I froze on all fours, watching them stop at the ravine's edge and look over the side of the helmet lamp's lights below. My lungs were dying for air. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna fuck up words a lot. There's a lot of reading going on. My lungs were dying for air, but I had to breathe slowly to keep from being heard. The first one said, "Did he fall? The light's not moving." I was crawling away from them as the second guard said, "He either fell or he's trying to get us to think he fell." They decided that if I fell, I would be too injured to get away, so they fanned out to search the area in case I had not fallen. The soldiers may not have been fooled by my trick, but they did have the confidence of their conviction on their... They didn't have the The soldiers may not have been fooled by my trick, but they didn't have the confidence of their convictions on their hunt. They did not confirm that I did not fall. Yet it gnawed in the back of their mind that I might yet be down there. Still, they had lamps and I did not. They split up, the first guard heading away from me to their left, the second one right toward me. On my belly in the grass, I waited for the second guard to pass by. As he clumped through the grass, he scaled up insects and chipmunks who ran, scared. Fuck. Who ran ahead of him. Just as he passed me, I hopped up and touched the back of his neck with a finger. He stopped silent. He dropped silently to the ground. I stayed down low, hoping to get out of the clearing and back into the cover of wood. My eyes adjusted to the darkness and it was practically bright compared to the darkness I was used to in the mines. In the silence of those woods, every tree creak, every blade of grass that turned in slight breeze could be heard, yet I did not hear the hoofbeats of the hulking white stag that stood before me. Jackson Rexon described this beast as a monster. It was the elk, a mythical creature that had evaded hunters for a generation. He had a huge rack of horns, but he did not have fur like the other elk. He had shiny, scaled skin that made him repulsive to his own kind. There is some supernatural way inside him that produces bolts of electricity when he finds another of his kind that he likes. Therefore, he cannot find love. He cannot find friendship. His family had abandoned him. He was the great symbol of broken hearts, and by the looks of him, was a powerful creature to be not to be trifled with. The elk bowed his head to me. The horns came down to my face, and I could see tiny pops and ripples of electricity webbed between the spikes. I can't explain how I knew this, but he was seeking revenge on Jackson Rexon. He intended to break the heart of his ex-boss, my ex-boss, not his. Why would this deer be working for... The elk turned and leapt into the woods as if to have me follow. As soon as he disappeared into the dark, I could hear the clamoring of other guards enter the clearing behind me. There were 3 guards. They ran to the ravine, then fanned out. One tripped on the body of the first guard and called out to the others. I dove into a pile of leaves, burying myself in them. It would have been a terrible hiding place in the daylight, but in the darkness of night it would suffice. They all took off in the wrong direction, assuming they were on my trail. Once the sound of their receding footsteps grew silent, I crawled out of the pile of leaves and continued to the right, after the elk deeper into the woods. It was then in that darkness that I was seized by a terrible loneliness. Truly, I was no more free stumbling through this woods than I had been in the mine. The image of Maeva came back to me, but it was not a comfort to me. Everett was sick. Nobody loved me, and I loved no one. I had seen hawk dogs that were more loved than I. Would I ever know love? Someone save me. Find me. Love me. Sorry, I had to take a drink. When daylight broke, I could hear the chatter of chipmunks even over my burning leg muscles. My clothes were cut to shreds from walking among the low-hanging tree branches. I decided it would be best to find a hiding place, assisted by the light of day, then rest until nightfall. I found a large nest of coiled branches just above the head height in a tree. The nest was still warm, as if the occupants had just left. There was no chatter of chipmunks in this eerily silent place. Then I saw several 3-inch triangular teeth laying on the floor of the nest. It was the nest of an Eclusian sawworm, brother to the Alaskan bullworm. I decided to find a new hiding place. Movement. I saw movement coming from my right periphery. As there was movement to the left, a white cylindrical shape crawling along the ground. Another link of white cylinder crawled from a log just in front of me, and the pieces were drawn to each other. It was the Eclusian sawworm assembling into a whole. I darted before I could come together, but I couldn't make it out of the clearing before the great worm exploded out of the ground in front of me. Eclusian, okay. Its brutal maw was a spinning buzzsaw of triangular teeth. The head split open longwise to make the shape of a bear trap. The sawworm had seen the shape of a bear trap, and it was a master of imitating other shapes, because its nerve net of a brain had no creativity of its own. A mimic creature thing. It lunged at me, then tumbled into a coil of white tubes, spitting and frothing. It was so hungry and desperate for me. Kind of like my Twitch chat. The mouth spun and shot loose teeth at me that hit the tree beside me with a thunk, thunk, thunk. I looked for the best exit, and I admit that I was in such a panic that I couldn't tell where I was or which way to go. But the sawworm was back underground. I took out the abominant's finger out of my pocket. You didn't need to say out twice. And was ready for the resurfacing worm when I felt a tap on my shoulder. When I turned around, I was in such a shock that I stood in awe. The Eclusian sawworm was reassembled into an image of my own likeness. It clearly was not me, but it was the best image the sawworm could pull off. Links of meat put together to build a frame stood there aping my posture. Its eyes stared through me like a dead man. It looked to hold a finger in its hand just like me. Before I could lunge at the creature, its mouth ripped open and triangular teeth shot out at me, thunk into the wood beside me, thunk in my shoulder, and whiff off in the grass behind me. The abominate's finger fell to the ground. I don't know where. Need to get a strap like you have for a Wii controller for that thing. The beast leapt upon me, and I put a hand on the top and bottom of its mouth as the saw blades spun and came down to my face. I reached up and felt the purple fuzzball. I turned my head. Oh my god, I can't read. I turned my head away and everything went into slow motion. I was aware of dirt settling in front of me, my fingers reaching out for an acorn and stuck the purple fuzzball against it, then jammed them both into the sawworm's face. The sawworm went limp as its being went into the acorn. I put the fuzzball away and held up the acorn in my hand. A chipmunk came out from its hiding spot, sniffing the air. I tossed the acorn onto the ground and the chipmunk put it in its teeth, then scurried back to his hole. I picked up the abominate's finger. Having left the sawworm clearing, I found a cool stream and drank deeply from it. The chilling cascade satisfied my dry throat. I washed my face, a baptism. When I opened my eyes, there was a green female child standing across the river. I froze. She watched me for a moment with her huge eyes. She took a couple steps back, staring at me the whole time. A smile broke across her face. I realized that she was challenging me to catch her. I had heard enough fairy stories to know that one should not chase little green girls into a forest. It cannot end well. I am Zerk. I stood up and she took a few more steps back, still watching me, still smiling. My instincts failed me. The right decision seemed to be the wrong one, and the wrong decision seemed to be the right one. Who are you? I asked. This time she scowled at me, her eyebrows coming down, her nose wrinkling up in anger. She took her head and waved her finger at me. Waved. Oh my god. What happened? I used to be able to read. I used to. Before. Anyway. The motion of her waving finger produced sparkles that traced her every gesture and momentarily hung in the air before dissipating. She took a few more steps back, her smile returning. This time I took the bait. I chased her. Laughter exploded from her lips and she ran. Her laughter was so true and free that my heart was lifted from despair at the sound of it. And for the first time in a long time, I laughed. She was so quick, my feet struggled to keep up, let alone gain on her. Then my feet found the heart of the beat of the forest. Like a rhythm in the woods that my body had to match, and when it did, my feet moved all the more swiftly. I lost the green girl in the thicket, unsure which way she went. I stopped to listen to her footfalls. A pine cone hit me right in the forehead and I heard her giggle. I moved toward the sound of her voice. I caught sight of her foot sticking out from behind a fern. The fern was shaking with her laughter. I dove for her foot, grabbing it with both hands. My chest and face slammed into the rich black soil. She screamed with delight, and the next instant we were both on the ground, rolling and laughing. I helped her up. She smiled at me. I caught you, she said. It's not you who caught me. I was surrounded on all sides by green people. They came out of the shadows of the tree and bushes watching us. The men among them held bows or long spears. A shimmer of sparkles hung in the air around them. I held my hands up in surrender. There were too many of them. I could not escape, even with the help of the abominate's finger. The nearest of them motioned for me to lie down on the ground, which I did. One of the men let out a laugh. I did not think the situation was funny at all. I scowled, which seemed to trigger even more laughter. The little girl got down next to me and imitated my position and scowl. More laughter. All at once the laughter stopped. Glancing around, I saw the people had all disappeared. When I turned back to the little girl, she too was gone. I got up to my knees and called out, "Hello?" A female voice not far off replied, "Did someone say hello?" "It was me," I answered. Nearby, bushes were shaking. It sounded like she was having a difficult time making her way through them. "My name is Zerk. Who are you?" I called back. "Oh. Well, who is me?" asked the stranger. "My name is Zerk. Who are you?" Then she stepped out of the bushes and into the clearing. Her long brown hair parted and I saw her face. My heart stopped. It was Mava. "What are you doing here, Mava?" I asked, trying to mask my excitement. She seemed puzzled by something, as if I'd just woken her from a dream. "I was supposed to meet my fiancé, Jackson Rexon, but he had a work emergency in the blank mine, and then..." Her voice trailed off. "Jackson Rexon," I mumbled. "Yes, do you know him?" I worked in the blank mine. I knew him. "Do you know what's happening there?" I nodded. "Yes, I found something in the mine, something they desperately want. I'll tell you everything, but we need to leave here before the green people come back." Ava grabbed my arm. "Did you see a little green girl too?" "Yes." She continued, "I was waiting for Jackson Rexon next to the forest when this little green girl appeared. I followed her here." "Me too. She made me get down on my knees and be quiet, or it looked like her fellow green people were going to kill me." Ava was putting something together in her mind. "They disappeared, did they not?" I nodded. "It's as if they wanted us to find each other," she said. These words were like fuel on the fire of my heart. Here she was, standing before me, and she was perfect. Her face was perfect. It looked like a planet. No, planets were too busy. Her face was more like a moon, standing out in the darkness, pale and beautiful. She waved her hand in front of my face. I realized she'd been talking while I was lost in adoration. "Hello, Zerk, what do you want to do?" "Love you." Imagine how fucking creepy that must have been. Too fast, dude, too fast, slow down. The words flew out of my mouth before I could pull them back in. I was embarrassed and terrified. My face turned red and I could not look at her. For a moment I waited for her to strike me for my impudence, but she didn't. I pulled the slate from my pocket with her face scribed on it and held it up. This was going to sound crazy no matter how it came out. But I had to say it. She had to know. "Ava, I saw your... Dude, you met her 10 seconds ago? Maybe just relax. Just relax just a little bit." "Ava, I saw your image on Jackson Rexon's desk. When I returned to work, this and image self-inscribed on the cave walls. I know they came from me. My entire crew was in danger because I could not stop it. One of the members of my crew died from my passion of you. He gave his life to cover up for my mistakes and help me escape. My love for you has sustained me in the darkness." She hadn't slapped me yet, so I continued. "I will never be the same. Just seeing your face has wrecked me for life. But my response to being ruined is not sadness. It is my great joy to be heartbroken by you. Even now, if you want me to die, just give the word, oh, okay, dude, and it will be so. Ask me to die. Ask me to move a mountain into the sea. Ask me anything. Just don't send me away." I tore the hem of my garment. Damn, I'm such a fool. I can't believe I'm saying this to you, but I don't care. I don't care what you think or what anyone else thinks. I don't even care what I think. My soul was lost in the mountain and my body had no life in it. I could not wait until I heard your name. Mava. Mava, Mava. How your name is my favorite song. Let me sing to you, Mava. Oh no, I'm not, no. I heard my arms out. I held my arms out wide and sang as loud as I could, not caring who could hear me. There's no tune. How do I know what I'm supposed to? Okay. What do I sing this to? There is a name that slays me in the name of love. There is a name that is the weapon of weapons. It sustained the soul of this man in the underworld and will sustain me forever in the overworld. Don't sing it, just read it. Now I'm singing. Hey, Pablo. This is I am reading a very, very, very long document inside of a point and click adventure claymation game. Puzzle, not adventure. Where we're reading a lot. I'm about halfway through. And I think it's about an hour and a half so far. I did not care if she responded. I was too terrified by the possibilities. But seeing my silence, she reached into the pocket of her skirt and pulled out a rock. My heart nearly burst, for there, inscribed on her rock surface, was my face. You're both crazy. Where did you get that? I asked in astonishment. She explained that when the image of her face appeared all over the blank minds, her father was alerted. They brought him a few pieces of etched stone as evidence. Her father demanded to know who had done it, so this person could be punished. But Maeva wanted to know for a different reason. She knew that the tiles could not have emanated from Jox and Rexon. My mouth sounds so wet right now. Because he did not love her. Marrying Maeva would put Jox and Rexon in a better position to manipulate the blank mining operation. That is all he desired, not her. So Maeva took one of the blanks with her face and visited her aunt, who was known as Witchy Lady, though few had courage to call her that to her face. Her aunt's predictions were a mixed bag. Sometimes she was right, but often wrong. At one time, she had been involved in guiding the mining operation to the richest veins of Blank Slate. But after a few costly wrong predictions, she was no longer asked. But Maeva was desperate and had no one else in which to turn. Her aunt flipped the tile over in her hand, running her fingers over the edges. Then she gave Maeva a blank tile and told her to keep it close at all times, and an answer would come. This was not the answer Maeva had hoped for, but she took the tile home and put it under her pillow. That night she dreamt that she was getting married to someone with no face, and when she awoke, my face was etched into the tile. When I heard this, I was emboldened. I took her hand and asked her to come with me. She nodded. We didn't know exactly where to go, so we chose a direction that was away from the mine. We stuck close to main roads to avoid the wild animals in the deeper woods, but we didn't walk to the ground, to the road, for fear of capture. As the days wore on, the sound of hover vehicle engines lessened, then ceased altogether. I remember one day in particular. We were walking over rolling hills that followed a river. I agreed to play a game of sorts. We would take turns asking a question. The other person had to answer with total honesty. She went first. Do you believe in love at first sight, Zerk? I said I did not see how it could be true. How could someone love another when they had only seen their face? Love is more than infatuation. Love is more than a feeling. So how could the mere sight of another being bring about such depths of commitment, self-sacrifice, and revelation? Are you stupid? Do you not? She reminded me that I was supposed to be answering her question, not asking my own. So I told her in earnest that I had seen many pretty females before. I had seen her face etched into that blank, and it had always been infatuation, but when I saw her face, It was different. Maybe not love, but not infatuation. I knew she was someone I needed to love. My turn. Do you love Joxon Rexon? Really? That's the question you asked, dude. She did not, but the marriage was something she agreed to because there was no alternative. Her family wanted it. His family wanted it. What point was there in resisting? But now things were different, with the dream and my face etched into the blank in her pocket. How did you come to be a minor? She asked. I feared her reaction to this question, but I told her anyway. I told her how my two brothers and I were solid. Sold into servitude when I was very young. I told her how we ended up in mining through my older brothers. Were near to being sent into the military. I told her about the day I got word that they had both died when a mine shaft collapsed on them, and so not knowing anything about my parents, I was alone in the world. Do you love me? I asked. She took some time to think about her response. Then she said that she wasn't sure. She needed to know me better. So it went between us like that. So it went between us all that day, and as the day wore on, I realized that what I had felt at the sight of her face back in Joxon Rexon's office was changing, blossoming like a flower. If I had been back in that mine shaft with my hand on the wall, I would not have etched her face into the blanks. I would have etched her very soul. We're halfway there. We came to an area where the terrain grew suddenly steep. We struggled to ascend, clutching at trees and bushes to pull ourselves upward. The road off to our right was very tempting, but even though we were far from the mine, I still feared exposure if we walked openly on a road so close to populated areas. We climbed over a particularly large boulder, only to be greeted by a wide area of broken stones. The tree and bushes were gone, leaving us exposed. It was no use hiding. We decided we might as well go into the road. I took Maeva's hand and helped her up the slope to the road. When we reached the top, she didn't let go. We walked down hand in hand, then arm in arm. The game of questions had grown sporadic as our minds ran out of things to talk about. So we walked in silence, just happy to be together. Maeva's footsteps had a different cadence than mine. I had a shuffle and a kick that developed from walking through dark mine shafts. The shuffle was to make sure there was no unseen boulders in my path. The kick was to knock smaller rocks off the path, as a courtesy to the miners coming from behind. Maeva, however, glided over the ground with a grace that matched her upbringing amid a class that valued poise, balance, and dance. We rounded a corner and there was a small army of royal guards who had been hiding along the side of the road. I hated myself for not being more vigilant. They were all highly trained. They were all highly trained, fully armed, strike-proof vested guards. There were two groups, one dressed in red and one in black. Their leader was the tallest one, the one they called Baboot. He was the only one wearing both red and black. All of their faces were obscured by helmets sporting tall, red plumes. Stop, commanded the one they called Baboot. We complied. Maeva clutched my arm tightly. The one called Baboot quickly motioned to the guards dressed in red, calling out each of their names. Regiment Blood, Tannic, Stribog, Valvev, Valvel, Albinoid, Uric, Alabar, Ken Keystatter, Panix, Hanazitis. Why are you doing this? Werbert, Aega, Kern, John Aubrey, Robo Burger, Roger Goggles, Roscoe Mitchell Hot Coals. The Red Guards held up their hands to show the projectile needle strapped to their palms. Why am I reading the names? Because I'm reading the whole thing. What do you mean? It's literally dialogue. Do you not know how reading works? Step away from her, Babu called out to me. They clearly knew who we were. We were pretty easy to identify, me in my dirty rags and Maeva in her fine garments of the upper class, a miner and a princess. I tried to step away from Maeva, but she pulled me even tighter and opened my cloak and pulled it around herself to block any shots that might come our way. No, you cannot shoot him without hitting me. Babu chuckled, then nodded to the guards dressed in black and quickly called each of their names as they pointed their arms towards us, taking aim. Regiment Death, Dark Leth, Madelinot, Bang Laserheart, Edgar Bob Lemmings, Whoopi Jenkerson, Ethel Scott, Ollie Cannoli, Marmoset Ellipse, Astrodamus Undershaft, Anthony A.J. Reed, Dr. Spot Pawn Breath Hansen. That was my exit, Louis, the Great Fifi. I had no doubt they were good enough shots to hit me without harming Maeva. Maeva yelled again. If you shoot him, I will pluck the dark out of him and stab myself. Then what will you tell my father as he removes your heads? All of the guards remained ready to fire but hesitated, then looked at Babette for direction as they weren't sure what to do. The one called Babu looked at Maeva and said, "Is this not your kidnapper?" Maeva shouted back at him, "My father is my kidnapper. My ex-fiance is my kidnapper. Loneliness is my kidnapper, but this miner is not my kidnapper." Babu paused and called out to two of the guards, one from each group, Tannic, Darkleth. As the two guards stepped forward, Babu ordered all of the others to return to the base. The small sense of relief I felt by the exit of the guard was quickly wiped away as the one called Babu slowly leaned in to whisper to the two other guards. With eyes fixed on us, they were clearly formulating some sort of plan. Suddenly, the two guards charged at us. I pushed Maeva away. "Run," I screamed. The first guard swung his needled fist at me. I ducked, bringing my fist up into his stomach. He fell back, clutching himself, struggling for air. The second guard kicked out my legs, and I fell onto my back. He brought his needle down on me, but I caught his wrist, stopping the needle just inches from my chest. We strained against each other for a moment. Suddenly, he went limp and rolled off me. I looked up to see Babu standing over me with his needle hand pointing towards me. Suddenly, he lowered it. Then I realized he had shot both of the other guards, needles protruding from their backs. Maeva and I shared puzzled looks. The one called Babu took off his helmet, revealing long hair that fell free, almost reaching the ground. "Quace," Maeva cried out and ran to her. They embraced later. Maeva told me that Quace had been one of her playmates when they were growing up. She had gotten her name when once she had bet her whole inheritance on a single hand of cards, and won with a Quace. It was clear to me in that moment that Maeva was no ordinary person. In the company of Quace, she seemed elevated to her royal position again. They talked of Naomi's summer cottages, exotic pets, travels to meet dignitaries in other countries, and little sandwiches with the crusts cut off. Finally, the conversation returned to the situation at hand. Quace told us that there was a massive hunt going for us. A lifetime of wages had been promised to anyone who turned us in. The only condition was that Maeva must be brought in alive, and I must be brought in dead. Quace opened a map and showed us the placement of guards, and which areas to avoid. Luckily, the search was concentrated away from us, because they thought I was heading in the opposite direction. Quace knew of a safe house that at one time belonged to an old widow, who later died of food poisoning. Mava was puzzled by this news and asked how Quace knew of this safe house. For years, Quace worked with a criminal underground, helping thieves escape from royal family dungeons. Mava was stunned at first, but learned this could work in our favor. Quace told us that there was one problem with the safe house. If we stayed in it for more than 2 days, we would be transformed into baby goats. Mava pointed her finger up the river on the map not far from the safe house. Quace told us to find a boat and float down to the town of Grint. The town was rural and many outsiders came to buy and sell, so we would not stand out. Then we could make our way to yet another cottage in the mountains. That place was even more rural, so nobody would find us for as long as we wanted, and we wouldn't be turned into baby goats. Quace made us a map. I took the backpacks from the dead guards, giving one to Mava and taking the other one myself. Mava and Quace hugged each other. Quace begged forgiveness for her treachery. Mava said, "I cannot pardon you as a member of the royal family, but I do so as a friend." They embraced and we left Quace standing there alone in the road. We got off the main path at the point Quace indicated on the map. For several days, we threaded our way through trees and other streams, until finally we reached the safe house. It was a simple shack of wood with a roof of straw. Inside, the air smelled of mold, and the floor was bare dirt. The walls were covered with simple paintings of goats. A fireplace made of stacked stones towered up through the thatch roof. I couldn't imagine anyone staying long, even without the threat of being turned into a baby goat. Using blankets from the guards' packs, I made a bed for Mava beside the fireplace, and a second for myself in front of the door. That night, as I lay in my bed watching the light of the fire dance across the tangled straw of the ceiling, I thought about what Mava had done to protect me from the guards and their needles. Finally, I asked her the question that I had not found the courage to ask before. Do you want your dream of marriage to come true for us? Good morning, Kitsune. Are you asking me to marry you, Zerk? I thought for a moment. I was nobody, a lonely miner, and she was not only of royal blood, beautiful and true. Now I couldn't think of that. I squeezed my eyes shut. Mava, will you marry me? I will. We left the safe house the next day. Although Quace said we could stay 2 days, neither of us wanted to risk turning into a baby goat. Avoiding the trails, we made our way down to the river Quace had shown us on the map. We reached the river and turned, following it downstream, hoping to find a boat. After several hours, we did find a boat tethered to a tree with 2 oars inside. It seemed like the boat was there just for us, but I suppose this is what anyone who steals says. I helped Mava into the boat and climbed in myself. Cutting the rope, I rowed out into the main current of the stream. After that, the current did the work for us. Our boat drifted downstream while we slept under a blanket. When awakened but the chirps of cricks, I would poke my head up, look around, and adjust the oars to keep us in the center of the current. Mava slept on my chest, mumbling in her dreams. Her eyes darted back and forth under her eyelids. The only word I could understand was, "I am giant," and then she would sigh and be silent again. A quadruped crane cocked his head back, poised to spear a passing fill frog or fillfish. The water stirred a few feet in front of him, and the stirring swirled away from him, then closer. Meandering this way, then that, before the hunter's beak blurred into the water and ended the dance. It caught neither a fillifrog nor a fillafish. In fact, it gulped down a younger quadricrane. The sun came up and a shadow came over us cast from a bridge. We were near a small town, probably Grint. Grint was an archaeological town. Agriculture. I literally read that. Grint was an agricultural town. Farmers brought their wares there to sell. It would be a good place for us to find food and satisfy our grumbling bellies. Once past the bridge, I pulled our boat onto shore and hid it in a clump of trees. We made sure the boat was hidden, just in case those who pursued us looked along the river. We climbed up the banks, then over the boulders. A bustling farmer's market unfurled before us. We tried to blend in through seemingly unnecessary. Blend in, though seemingly unnecessary. For no one paid any attention to us. Maeva found an acro fruit vendor and gave him a few coins for 2 portions of fruit. The people of Grint could be heard whistling a tune that was their anthem. I tried to whistle it too, but not to deceive them into thinking I was one of them. No outsider could ever whistle a town's theme in quite the same way as the locals, but trying to whistle the tune meant that you were friendly, that you deferred to the local cultures and traditions out of respect. Attempting to whistle a local tune might gain a shopkeeper's favor, and find his prices may suddenly come down for you, or the local law enforcement may choose not to stop you or harass you. I gripped Maeva's hand and pulled it close to my chest. I loved the way she tucked her head against my shoulder. Her feet now walked in a rhythm that matched my own, so she could remain close to me. My cloak nearly covered her to people who might look at us from the side. Maeva kept looking back over my shoulder, so finally I asked her what she was looking at. Her eyes darted to me, then back up over my shoulder. Is that a temple up there? I turned and saw a rectangular building that twisted up into the air. It had little windows cut into its sides and a ring of gold spikes adorning its top like a crown. She continued, "They prefer marriages up there." I did not know much about these temples. Are you saying that you want to? I mean, no? She smiled. My heart skipped a beat. We hiked up to the temple and came before the priests. I had a distrust of priests, simply because priests were picked in a secret ceremony behind doors, and nobody knew the criteria for which they were selected. This always bothered me, though it had been done for thousands of years. He addressed me. "Zerk, I do not know you, so forgive me if I ask you questions I ought to know, if we were members of the same congregation." "I am not a member of any congregation," I said, hoping to tweak him just a little. He ignored my comment and put a hand on my shoulder. "You are known as Zerk?" "I am." He gestured to Maeva. "You are known as Maeva?" "I am." He turned back to me and said, "Zerk, will you forsake all others?" "I will." "Will you keep Maeva the focus of your desire?" "I will." "Will you be a loving father to your children?" "I will." "Finally, will you die for her?" Without hesitation. This would be a great time for him to get stabbed, just 'cause, you know. He took his hand off my shoulder and put our hands together. This was a gesture that my role was to be performed regardless of her oath. "Maeva, will you forsake all others?" "I will." "Will you remind Zerk of the complexities of life?" "I will." "Will you only bear the children of Zerk and no other?" "I will." "Finally, will you submit to him? Will you defer to him in conflict?" With hesitation, she said. He declared us married. The color began to drain out of me and into her through her right hand. Her color did the same, moving into my right hand, then up my arms, and my own color receded. When the colors had been exchanged, we kissed. The priest escorted us to a narrow door at the top of the temple, used only by newlyweds such as ourselves. The path beyond was rocky and twisting. It was difficult. It was often so difficult that we had to help each other to continue. Finally, it ended in a small garden with a spring of cool running water. We left Grint, the food in our packs replenished and our hearts united. Ava recognized an area on the map called the Valley of the Drunk. Her grandfather had taken her there many years before, when he was a child. It was a vague memory to her, but because of its connection to her grandfather, it was special. I knew she wished to go there, so we took a detour to see the valley as part of our honeymoon. I told Maeve about my experience of becoming the mountain and showed her the purple fuzzball, but I did not let her touch it. The extent of its power was unclear, but if she touched it, it was transformed into a grain of sand. How could I ever find her again? Maeve told me it was her grandfather who started the search for the legendary heart of the mountain many years before. He had convinced the mining company to dig for it, promising them they would own it once his soul was safely transferred into a younger, more virile body. I started thinking of a device that could control the heart of the mountain's soul-transferring powers, but even though I was a capable builder, I did not know how to make the device I conceived. Ava knew of a tribe of rock beings called the Drunk who lived in secret. They were the guardians of the mountain. Ava's grandfather had signed a treaty with them, which allowed the blank mining crews to dig the richest veins while avoiding the Drunk's sacred chambers. Her grandfather had honored every word of the treaty. It was the key to the company being able to mine where so many others had failed. Previous companies had tried to dig further and deeper without the approval of the Drunk. Then the mining would inevitably break into a sacred Drunk chamber. The Drunk would demand the operation stop, fighting would break out, and the Drunk always won. They were, after all, made of rock. Maeva said that the Drunk were capable of building complex mechanical structures from a magic rock. They had a mysterious and powerful device that allowed them to create nearly anything. This could be just what we needed to house and control the purple fuzzball. This is not the last part. We have 3 more to go. Hold on. Lots of reading indeed. Sorry, I use the parts to reset, get a drink, stretch. Is my hydrate regime? It's called drink. But yeah, I usually drink twice per reading, usually one at the beginning, and then if I feel like my mouth is making too many gross noises, I'll drink again. Lots of drinking, don't worry. Maeva led us up to a narrow canyon where walls stood adorned with strange carvings I could not decipher. Every angle was perfect and the walls were smooth as glass. I realized that the canyon had not been formed naturally. The canyon walls had been carved by Drunk. No. These are gross mouth noises. It's like noises, and it's like, ugh. I hate it when I'm trying so ASAP. Every angle was perfect and the walls were smooth as glass. I realized that the canyon had not been formed naturally. The canyon walls had been carved by the Drunk. We came to a circle of polished white stones inlaid into the floor. Maeva said that in order for us to see the Drunk. Why am I being quiet? Because I'm reading. I'm comfy reading hours. Maeva said that in order for us to see the Drunk, the stones must be stepped on in a precise pattern. Once this was done, the Drunk would come. Her grandfather had studied these stones and eventually discovered the pattern. The pattern had been taught to her when she was a child, as a sort of dance. She thought she was learning a kata or a family ritual. Not until much later did she realize it was the key to unlocking the drunk stones. I will give you a special drink right now, even though I just had a drink. Oh, trust me. I don't have my headphones on right now, so I hear everything. I'm trying to, like, use this as, like, training for ASMR to be, like, mindful of the material, but also mindful of what my body is doing. So I can be like, ah, yes, my mouth is starting to sound gross. I'm going to swallow and, like, quote unquote. Because, like, what I think is happening is when either there's too much saliva in my mouth or, like, my mouth is too dry. And I know that might sound a little bit gross, but, like, it's literally just whenever, like, my tongue rests against the bottom of my mouth and then, like, lifts up when you're just talking, which is, like, natural to occur, you know? Everybody's mouth does that, but I'm more noticeable of it when I'm, you know, reading, because I don't want those kind of noises in my recordings. But yeah, it's been good exercise for that. Anyway, she completed the dance. The final stone she stepped on sank into the ground 2 inches. I could hear the clinking of underground mechanisms as stone slid against stone. Spires of minerals covered in crystals sprouted from the ground in neat rows. Black tangled orchards of petrified, I tried to say orchids for some reason. Orchards of petrified trees rose against the canyon walls. All was silent. We stood waiting for 3 hours. At one point, Maeva pointed back behind me, and I spun around to see 3 stone beings. They had a simple form, like a children's drawing. Their heads were huge rectangles with coarse holes cut through their head, allowing the light of the sky to shine through. Their bodies were rectangular stone. Their legs and arms were slabs. 2 drunk pulled a third from the white stone monolith. They pulled out the body, setting it aside, not settling. Then they pulled out an arm and hung it on the body. This process continued until the 3rd drunk was completed. Do you see that, Zerk? They're giving birth, Maeva whispered to me. The newly formed drunk was the same size as the other 2, but he walked awkwardly, staggering as they guided his first steps. One of the drunks used his finger to carve a symbol onto the new drunk's forehead. I will hunt for it. You will hunt for us, he said. Your name shall be Hunt. When this was done, the drunk turned to us. He welcomed Maeva. He said he knew her from long ago, and she had come to the valley with her grandfather. Maeva bowed. The drunk said she'd seen her as a baby, he'd seen her as a baby, and he will never forget a bloodline. His name was Grell. He was the one who used the creation table and gave names. Maeva asked him if he could build a device for us to contain the heart of the mountain, and motioned for me to show him. Grell looked long and hard at the purple fuzzball when I held it up to him. Then he said, We have no use for this because we cannot die, but this has been hunted by mortals for as long as life has spun. Everyone who found it before you was either killed or vanished. Does this mean I will die also, or was I meant to have it? I asked. Neither or both, Grell replied. He motions for us to follow him to the monolith, which he called the Skeeve table. Grell stirred the shiny white surface of the monolith like it was liquid. It didn't move at all like solid rock. After a moment, he drew out a device that had an open hatch and 2 hinged arms on either side. Taking the purple fuzzball from me, he placed it in the top compartment and snapped the lid shut. Drell handed the device back to me. These mechanical arms can pull the soul from one thing and hold it temporarily in the machine, or transfer it into another object or body. Grell put the corner of his stone head on Maeva's hand as if to kiss it. Visit us again, Maeva. Now go in peace. We left the Valley of the Drunk and continued our trek to the College of Quace had shown us on the map. It was well off the main path, surrounded by thick woods. a much more inviting place to stay than the safe house, and with no threat of turning into baby goats. The roof was tiled with bark shingles and the walls of row split logs. The front door was flanked by small windows. Inside the cottage was dry and warm. There was a rocking chair, a rug made of Angora elephant, a framed bed, and a painting over the fireplace. After dumping our packs on the bed, we went outside and explored the area around the cabin. Not far off, there was a grave of wild mink myrrh trees. Their branches hung low from the weight of the fruit on them. I plucked one and we shared it, the sugary juice running down our chins. Sure, I'll add ASMR. There you go. To the south, a stream trickled down from nearby mountain peaks, run off from the thawing of snows many miles above us. I've looked back on our time in that cabin and longed to return to those memories. It was the best time of our life. We were free from worry and concern, and our love continued to deepen. I can think of one moment when it all went stink bad. Mava went outside in the cool of the morning and paced off a large square field, then a second field in the shape of a giant circle. The square field was for boys and the circle field was for girls. By our custom, it was mandatory to build both fields and to decide which field would house the seed only after both were complete. Some couples demanded only males, some demanded only females, some demanded the exact same amount of each sex. Some decided to plant all of the offspring in one season. Still others chose not to plant any seed at all. We had long walks around the two fields, Mava cleaning every weed from the area so that it all looked pristine. All rocks and pebbles were moved to the outskirts of the fields, making an accidental sweeping rock path around them. She set up border markers of sticks, then drew a string taut between them. We gathered small sticks and placed them along the string to mark the border. She sang a song about the family inside the border and how one day they would meet the family outside the border. The land was rich for reproduction. It came time to plant. I exhaled and a small sack lowered from the bottom of my torso. Where I am from, the sacks have 3 black marks on them. 2 of them look like circles for eyes, and one mark below looks like a smile. Inside of the sack contains any number of seeds from 1 to 99. We are forbidden from checking the count of seeds in the sack, so the day of planting is always a surprise. The next part of the planting ritual is up to Mava. She pokes her finger into the right eye mark of the sack, and the line that looks like a mouth opens up and says "Yar," and the number of seeds we are to plant that day came out of the mouth. In our case, 1 seed came out and landed in Mava's open hand. Next, she was to choose which field would receive the seed. Would it be the square field or the circular field? But before she could make her choice, something terrible happened. The seed withered in her hand and blew apart in a puff of smoke. Shock came over Mava's face as she considered the seed's obliteration in her hands. She looked up at me to see how I would respond. I was not sure how to act. The first thing that came to mind was what people would call her from now on. Obliterator. I pushed the word out of my mind because obliterator. No, not Mava. She would not be known as an obliterator. Is it true that other obliterators who did not want to be known by that name often claimed that they never tried to have children in the first place? But that was hard to do for the couples who more publicly built their square and circle fields in thickly populated areas. Sometimes the husband took the blame, claiming that no seed was ever produced from the sack in the first place. He would be known as seedless. That is a name so shameful that we would shout the curse to our enemies on the other side of the battlefield. Seedless, seedless, seedless. Maeva wept in my arms and said I could leave and find another female. I told her that I would rather be married to even an obliterator than any non-Maeva female. She had the desperate idea to use the soul transfer device to put her body into the body of a viable female, but the idea was fraught with difficulties. The first would be to find a female who wanted to be pulled from her body into Maeva's. Why would a female want to be removed from her own body? Perhaps if she had an incurable disease? If she's going to die anyway, we would want to switch bodies with Maeva, then Maeva could bring us a baby, and we could figure out something else to do with her incurable disease. Perhaps I could build her a mechanical body in which to house her soul in case of emergency. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Maeva was willing to do this, but I did not like the idea of using the soul transfer machine lightly. It was for emergencies, and it needed much more experimentation before we knew the limits of its power. I was not sure how trustworthy the housing device we got from the rock people would be. What would happen if the device failed? What would happen if the device killed the purple fuzzball in the middle of a soul transfer? I assumed the body would be obliterated, but the soul could be cast into the air, a homeless ghost in search of a body. No, experimenting on Maeva would not do. She was already sad enough by not being able to bring us children. We did not turn the two fields under, but we did not keep nature from claiming the ground for the forest again. Trees grew in those fields, male trees where the square was and female trees where the circle field used to be. Rocks tumbled back over the ground, male rocks where the square field used to be, and female rocks where the circle used to be. The weeds came. Maeva and I never brought up what happened in those two fields again. 5 years passed and we had thoroughly researched the soul transfer device. I took most of the notes and Maeva formally put together everything in her secret journal. We concluded our experiments, having grown weary of research, and put the soul transfer device in storage under the bed. With the diversion of research over, I noticed Maeva spent long hours staring out the window. She was looking at the baby gardens, now barely visible under a thick patch of weeds. One day Maeva went outside to draw shapes in the soil using rocks. She told me it was a new art theory she was working on called draw shapeism. Then she pushed sticks into the ground and called it stickism. Not to be outdone, I piled rocks up in front of our cabin and called it rockism. Soon her stick artworks began to fill the yard, leaving little room for my rock expressions. With no place left on our property to properly display my art, I decided to pioneer a new, undiscovered genre of fine art. I plucked pine cones from the surrounding trees and rehung them from the branches. I called it pineconism. Maeva thought I was mocking her art. I asked her why she didn't think I was just mocking rockism. She claimed intuition. She said that pineconism was redundant and derivative, which infuriated me. Out of spite, I tied the pine cones into the exact place from where I plucked them, inciting more criticism from Maeva. She said she couldn't tell if the pine cones were growing naturally from the tree, or if I had plucked and tied them back into the ground. I feigned offense and yelled, "You did not have an eye for art, or you would recognize pineconism when you saw it." She declared a new form of pineconism, where the artist did not pluck the pinecone from the branch and retie it before declaring it a work of art. I thought this was obviously silly and said as much. She yelled, "You are just jealous of my superior form of expression, sir. You know that I have discovered an authentic movement known as pineconism." "You are not even making art, Maeva," I yelled. "What you're doing is called nature, not art." She glared at me. That is what all stupid people said about great art when it was first discovered. They did not have the mind to understand such things. I'm shocked to know that you're one of those people. I pointed at the ground. Fine. I just discovered groundism. It is when the ground is just the ground. In fact, the whole world is already my work of art. Because it is all covered from the ground, I will sign my name to the world. I snapped a stick to the ground and signed my name to the ground. Ava's face turned red with anger. You just broke off one of my artworks. Well, there weren't any other sticks I could use to sign my name, I shouted back. Someone picked them all and stuck them into the ground. That night, Maeva moved out of our bed and set up a pile of clothes to sleep on in the corner. I saw the stupidity of our fight and said so, but she would not talk to me and would not return to our bed. Of course, the woman has to be the irrational one. That night I did not sleep. When we slept together, I rested my hand on her hip. The empty space she left in the bed was haunting. I kept looking over at Maeva in the corner and could not believe I acted so stupid to her. I realized that she was really trying to be an artist. She needed to create. She hadn't started stickism to spite me. She was expressing herself. And I was the fraud. I was the one acting in spite. That lonely bed was a warning that if I continued to disrespect my treasured wife, I may just end up alone forever. The next morning I saw her stirring, so I went and lay beside her. I apologized to her and admitted my spite. She held up her hand to quiet me. I cursed my love of art. I put it before you. I forgive you, but I don't want to pursue stickism or my fraudulent form of pineconism anymore. She took my hand and placed it on her hip and said, I have a new form of art. I call it Zerkism, and I will only ever be a Zerkist. And I am a Maevaist. I will only be obsessed with Maevaism forever. Okay, sure. I threw myself into the study of the soul transfer machine. Maeva documented everything in a secret journal. Undisclosed location, trust me, don't even bother trying. When I first turned the machine on, we could hear it drawing power from the surrounding environment. If we used it too often, the surrounding trees would droop from exhaustion and the grass would lose its color, though we didn't feel anything. It was my suspicion that the soul transferred machine could end up drawing its power from Maeva and I. With the use of some handsome baskets and some string, I was able to trap small spirits of which to experiment. We always had a few in cages along the back wall of our cabin and took them outside when the weather permitted. The first specimen I caught was an adult spirit that looked healthy. We called him Specimen A. I put him in one of the transfer machine claws and had the other claw touch a rock. This was to emulate my first experience in the blank mines when I touched the purple fuzz ball and went into the mountain. I pushed the button to power the device and it began to hum. Then, with a flip of a switch, Specimen A went suddenly limp, and the soul transfer machine cut its own power. Ava pushed her fingers through Specimen A's feathers, feeling for a pulse, but there was none to be found. We inspected the rock. I picked it up and held it to my face. It was cooler than room temperature. There were no visible signs that anything was different. If you're in there, little bird, hold on tight and we'll bring you back to your body, I said. The claw of the machine was once again attached to the rock. Claw on Specimen A remained, and we turned the machine on. With a flip of the switch, the bird sprang back to life. His head snapped up and his feet clenched. We kept Specimen A in a cage just long enough to make sure that there were no lasting side effects. Later that spring, we set Specimen A loose, and he built a nest in a tree that grew from what used to be a circular field. It was not clear exactly what happened in the event of soul transfer. We were not sure if the soul got extracted from the body, and that caused the heart to stop, or if the soul transfer stopped the body's heart, which released the soul to be transferred. Maeva and I spent many weeks trying to come up with an experiment that would give us clear results to our hypnosis. Hypothesis, not hypnosis. Many other experiments were conducted, most of them mundane. I will not bore you with the details, but I will bore you with the results. We found that most living bodies could go without a soul for some amount of time. It may only be a few seconds, but none of the bodies could survive without a soul for longer than 2 minutes under normal room conditions. We tried a soul transfer in the winter on a hibernating hamster, and its body survived after 4 minutes without a soul, but most did not survive that long of an ordeal. There were problems with the bodies we were using in that the stopped heart removed the ability to deliver oxygen to the subject's brain, kind of like mine. So some soul transfers were successful, but the brain damage of the body was often so great that this bird was incapable of flight, had no memory, or died sometime later. We hated being the cause of these birds' deaths, so we tried to return their souls to their bodies within 2 minutes. Specimen X was lost when we unhooked the claw from the bird's body midway through a transfer. The body went transparent, then vanished completely. It was unclear what happened to this bird's soul, but we could hear it chirping in the air around us even after the body was disposed. This was strange since this bird's soul was not attached to a body's vocal cords, and yet Maeva and I could hear it. Specimen X's chirping went more and more distant before it was silent, never to be heard again. It was unclear to us if the body was disintegrated by choice of the purple fuzzball or because of the disconnect of the soul transfer machine. This brings us to Specimen Y. During the soul transfer of Specimen Y, I prodded the purple fuzzball with a stick and everything in the room came to a stop. The lamp in the room remained lit, but it went dim. For a moment, I experienced that Specimen Y was feeling, and at the same time I could see his body splitting from his soul. I felt my heart beating in my chest, then saw my body from Specimen Y's point of view. I felt terrified. My body looked like a giant poking the purple fuzzball with a stick and standing across from my little bird's body. The room went bright white and I was slammed back into my Zerk body. Maeva and I were flung across the room, our bodies pressed against the wall by an unseen force. When the room went back to normal, Specimen Y's body was gone, as was the rock his soul was supposed to be cast into. The stick was still in my hand, but it made chirping sounds. The stick chirped for several days but faded as the days went on, until the voice died entirely. We were eating breakfast when the cabin was shaken. It stopped, and an intermittent hum came from the backyard. We rushed out to find a spaceship covered in stars floating just above the ground. It was half the size of our cabin. We walked around it. I put my hand on the hull. It was cool to the touch, but the ship moved even under the slightest presence of my hand like a balloon. I wonder if it has a door, I said. Just then, as if by coincidence, the edge of a door appeared and then it disappeared again. Maeva saw it too. We tried to find the edge of the door with our fingers, but there remained smooth aside from 2 large gashes to the front of where the door was. I wonder if someone is inside. Again, the edge of the door appeared again, opening only slightly, but enough to allow sound to escape from the ship's interior. A cry came from inside. Not the cry of something big, but of something small. It sounded like a child. Maeva gasped, "We have to get in." As if moved by her demand, the hatch opened wide, a small set of stairs extending to the ground. The cry came louder now that the hatch was open. We couldn't see inside because white lights flooded from inside. Maeva was halfway up the stairs before I grabbed her arm. "Maeva, we don't know if it's safe." "Wah!" came the baby's cry again. There was a fire in Maeva's eyes. "Someone needs us. We'll find out if it's safe later." She pulled me up into the bright light. I stumbled on the steps, and then we were inside. Maeva tripped over something beyond the door, and she gasped. We stood there for a moment, waiting for our eyes to adjust to the light. From inside the craft, it was hard to make out any sounds beyond the hum of engines and the crying. Finally, through squinted eyes, we saw what Maeva had tripped on. 2 beings lay on the floor together, arm in arm. I would have thought they were asleep, but their faces were gaunt, their skin already stretching around the shape of their skulls, eyeballs dried and sunken. Maeva covered her face. I knew what had killed him. I'd seen it before in the mines. When a miner was being punished for something particularly terrible, he would have his rations taken away. These were the effects of starvation. Again, the crying. This time Maeva stepped over the corpses and went in search of the source. What if this is a trap? The cry could be a universal distress signal to attract victims. Maybe this isn't a ship. Maybe it's a living entity and it hopes to kill and eat us. You have a great imagination, sir, Maeva called over her shoulder. I followed. We passed a small room that caught my attention. Wires traced their way around the ceiling, walls, and floors. They came together at a power grid covered in little crystals inserted into gaps. Crystals were a dull greenish color. In a small chamber, Maeva found a baby in a padded pod chained to a console. The room was filled with the stench of feces. When Maeva lifted the child from her bed, it was easy to see that the smell was coming from her overflowing diaper. Even its pod was smeared with it. Sir, quickly give me your robe, Maeva said. Maeva removed the dirty wrapping and tossed them back into the pod. Taking my robe, she gently wrapped the child. Though sullied, the child seemed comforted by its newfound freedom from its soggy diaper. Her cries sputtered to a stop. Maeva rocked the girl in her arms, singing softly. The baby watched her with wide eyes. The little thing spoke. Pee. She burbled a green bubble. Oh god, it's the fucking child that we have. Kill it. I popped the bubble, and a small crystal fell from it, landing on the floor. It looked just like the crystals I had seen inserted into the grid, except this one was bright green. The baby nuzzled her head into Maeva's arms, her eyes closing in exhaustion. Maeva looked around the room. She hasn't been changed for days, Maeva observed. It didn't make sense that the two beings on the stairs starved to death while the child seemed to be so well fed. I turned the crystal over in my hand, trying to understand. Then it came to me. They starved themselves to feed the child, I said. The crystals come from her, they power the ship. She was their only chance for their survival. After they died, the ship ran out of power and drifted into our backyard. Maeva smiled. She found us, Zerk. We could not. She found us. You did see where the ship landed, right? I shook my head. On the female baby garden. She will be our child. I saw the look of renewed hope in Maeva's eyes. Though I doubted any cosmic will was bent on bringing us this female child, I did not want to hurt Maeva's feelings. Whatever the cause of this coincidence, it was a good thing for Maeva's heart to have a child in her arms, a child that needed her. We took P off the ship and brought her into the house. That night she slept between us and we could hear her breathing. I put my hand on Maeva's hip and she put her hand on the baby's back. Just before we drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, I heard Maeva say, "You're safe now, P. I love you." A giggle, a burp, pop, a crystal clatters on the floor. There were several mornings that Maeva dreamt the same thing. She saw P being born in the center of a planet, hundreds of thousands of years ago. The dream was strange enough, but its recurrence was troubling. Another oddity was P's diet. It was non-existent. Again and again, Maeva tried to get P to eat something, but she would just laugh until she burped up a green bubble. In the corner of the cabin lay a burlap sack half full of green crystals. "She's not eating, Zerk, and she doesn't even seem hungry," Maeva said. It was quite the puzzle. We had both seen her waste inside the ship, so she had to eat something, or at least be capable of it. Maeva held P close, and the little green baby smiled, wrinkled her nose, then burped until a large green bubble formed in the air. I popped it, and it revealed a slightly larger green crystal about the size of an egg. I picked up the crystal and examined it. It reminded me of something we had once found in the mine. We found a crystal similar in shape and size, but it was blue. After discovering it, Joxon Rexon was noticeably excited. He ripped it from my hands and examined it in the light of one of her headlamps. He called it Catonium. He said something about selling it and buying a new house. He flipped it into his pocket and we never saw it again. Could these little green crystals be somewhere? That evening, we were sitting on the front porch enjoying the cool mountain air. Mava was teasing P with the little straw doll she'd made, and P was giggling as usual. I examined the crystal. There was a low hum, not from the crystal but from beyond the trees, from the valley road. What I saw was like a boot to the stomach. 3 military hover pods stopped on the road. Scores of soldiers poured from them and disappeared into the trees between us. How did they find us? Mava cried. I looked down at the green crystal in my hand. P was emanating a sort of power that would show up on the radar of every military vehicle across the country. How could I be so stupid? They were not coming for us. They were coming for her. We ran back into the cabin. I dug out the sock with the abominate's finger. Even if I managed to kill some of the soldiers, I'd never be able to stop them all. Escape was our only option. Quick, Mava, to the ship. We ran out the back door just as the soldiers reached the front of the cabin. Open the hatch, I yelled at the ship, and it obeyed. Mava scrambled in with P, but then I remembered something. The soul transfer device was still inside the cabin. I nodded to send Mava into the ship as I ran back. Close the hatch, I yelled over my shoulder, and the ship obeyed. Inside the cabin, the front door groaned against its rusty hinges as the soldiers pounded the other side. I saw shadows pass the side windows. They were going around the back. I fell onto my belly in front of the bed and pulled the device out. I was nearly back outside when the front door gave, bursting inwards. Darts bit into the door frame around me and I slammed the back door closed on them. Soldiers came around the sides of the cabin. Open, I screamed at the ship as darts pinged off the ship's door frame. I dove inside before the stairs even had time to extend. I shouted for the hatch to close and not a moment too soon. Boom. A concussion bomb made the ship reel. Mava was thrown against the wall, her arms shielding P. I held up the device for her to see and she nodded. Another concussion hit the ship, throwing me to the floor. They're shelling us, she yelled. We ran into the control room together, but none of the controls made any sense. Mava was in despair. How do we take off? Suddenly, I remembered the green crystal in my pocket. It was a bright green like the sun casting through a new spring leaf. Power. The ship needed power. I raced down the hall and into the room with the grid. I tore out a dull crystal and threw it aside. I inserted the new bright green crystal in its place. A voice from overhead said, "Plutonium accepted, 12% charge." Instantly, the ship turned into an unforeseen pivot. Wow, that was just... I created a whole new sentence. Instantly, the ship turned on an unseen pivot and shot upwards, pressing us into the floor. The whole room rumbled and shook us as we gained speed. From where I lay on the floor, I could see Mava, and I could not get up to be with her. She was pinned to the wall, clutching little P in her arms, straining against the pressure. She tried to hide the fear on her face. All went silent. We had pierced the atmosphere, the resistance was gone, and the vacuum of space enveloped us. Mava and I scrambled into the control room. Knobs, levers, and buttons were a complete cipher. "Does anything look familiar to you?" said Mava. I'm a minor, Mava, not an astronaut." "Don't worry, Zerg. We're family now. I'd rather be here with you and P than back in my father's palace. Though hurling through space, I can say that in this moment, I'm complete." I laughed and my heart grew stronger. I said, "You are Armikrog. That is what I shall call you from now on." Mava's face contorted. "That's a horrible sounding word. What does it mean?" A wrinkled man of the Wanadi desert tribe was sold into slavery and worked with our mining crew. Whenever his hammer fell on walls that were too hard to be chipped, he would shout, "Armikrog, the wall." "That's you, the immovable rock." Mava shook her head and laughed. "Never call me that ugly name." "Okay," I said, that mumbled under my breath. Armikrog. I heard that. Oh my god, chat, we're almost done. Let's do one more. No water for 4 days, could be 5. Everything is empty, there's no food on this craft. P does not seem to mind, she remains healthy, but seems sad at the sight of Maeve and I starving. No more giggling, no more crystals. For a while, we could make her laugh, and she would provide the plutonium to power the ship. We're too weak. The ship is moving, but we don't know where it's going. If I take the last crystal out of the grid, the ship will stop, but so will the life support system. The color in the last crystal is fading. We could be dead soon. I've tried in vain to learn the controls too alien and strange. I declare my love for Maeva to whoever finds this. I have decided to do the only thing that might save us. I will use the soul transfer device to put myself into the ship. Then I might be able to figure out how to operate the ship's foreign controls. At first, Maeva begged me not to do it. She reminded me of the risks and of the strange things that had happened in some of the spurts. But eventually, even she saw the necessity of it. I would neither die from starvation, lying on the ground of the ship. Either I would die... Okay, hold on. I would either die from starvation lying on the floor of the ship, or I would die trying to save us. Maeva kissed me and relented. We clamped one of the soul transfer device arms into the control panel and the other into my arm. Maeva reminded me that she would only give me 1 minute. She wasn't going to risk any more time. I nodded and she pushed the button. The purple fuzz ball beating inside the device cast light around the room, and I went into the ship. The first sensation I felt was lack of feeling. The aching hunger was gone. The pangs of starvation that racked my body had slipped away in an instant. It was a relief, but then I remembered the short time I had and turned my mind to other things. I could sense our place in space. Nearby planets and stars took shape in my mind, and their names came to me, though I'd never seen them before. I realized the ship must have some navigational computer or log. At this moment, more information poured into me. I could see the ship's entire history in a moment, but my mind grasped at another's image. B's crib. B's crib was being pulled aboard by a desperate-looking crew during the heat of battle. The ship's door was sealed before taking off. The crib was chained by the wall. P was force-fed cans of beans to increase her output of plutonium. She didn't laugh or smile. The crew's planet needed the plutonium to survive. There were other planets that wanted the plutonium too, and were willing to kill for it. As far as the ship's computer identified P as the last of her kind, Maeva's voice echoed inside me. She was telling me to hurry. She was going to transfer me back. In a panic, I pulled my mind from the computer. Though there were so many more questions I knew it would answer, but I had to get to that control panel. Its levers and knobs were instantly familiar to me. I dimmed the bright lights that made it difficult to sleep. I discovered a water generator that had been shut off. I turned it on and the ship's water storage began to fill. But something was wrong. Not all of the controls were working. I could only make a minor adjustment to our speed. I could not reverse our course, and I could not change our trajectory. I dove deeper into these controls, chasing their connections until I found the problem. There were 2 dents in the hull where the ship had been hit by missiles while escaping. One had torn the metal open and damaged the ship's controls. I used the navigational computer to quickly chart a course. We were headed for a nearby planet. I calculated how long it would take to reach it. At that moment, I woke up to the sensation of liquid on my face. Maeva had pulled me out. She was smiling, holding a container of cool water. I drank it down in big gulps, but it did little to satiate the gnawing hunger in my stomach or the growing fear in my mind. I told her the bad news. We were about to crash land and there was nothing we could do to stop it. A crash landing is difficult to describe with accuracy. When in the middle of it, I did not think the tumbling would end. It was more like an assault than an event to my mind. Surrounded by noise and violence, papers, paneling, and even my own clothing blurred past my face. I remembered the weird details in times of crisis that come for no apparent reason. I saw a metal tool tumble by. I looked at my own hand and considered my own anatomy in slow motion. I do not know why these things are the things that I remember. When it was finally over, we climbed from the wreckage with few injuries. Maeva's arm was broken. I was bleeding from a gash on my forehead. Pea's crib had landed on top of her, but instead of harming her, it kept Objects from crashing on her. At the time, I thought it probably saved her life. Behind us was a jagged line scratched into the planet's surface that documented the trajectory of our landing. Pieces of our ship were ripped from the hull by trees and rocks and scattered to either side of that line. The air was thicker than our own planet, but gravity was comparable to a yellow haze, protected us from direct sunlight. Maeva knew enough of the healing arts to talk me through resetting her arm of a difficult ordeal. She and P took shelter under low-hanging branches while I went in search of anything that could be salvaged from the wreckage. Over the course of that day, I dragged chunks of the ship's carcass back to Maeva, where she, using her one good arm, assembled a makeshift shelter. P seemed oblivious to the peril of her situation. I would put bushes on my head and dance around for her, which constantly made her giggle. P's happiness was a comfort to Maeva. The first night we huddled together in our shelter and listened to strange animal noises that put a chill in our bones. This planet sounded all the more threatening, and I knew it would be a matter of time before a beast broke into our temporary housing. Most days I worked on the water generator. Few stores of water we had were nearly exhausted, and a survey of the area revealed no water, though there were plants growing in the hillside that I assumed used water to survive. The water generator wouldn't power on, and I considered leaving Maeve and P to go on a more exhaustive search for water. Another howl, deep and brooding, came from the forest as if to threaten me if I ventured too far from camp. Our love for P motivated us to keep trying, and it kept us from falling into despair. I fused 3 wires on the water generator, and it came on for a few seconds, and made a popping sound and seized up in a cloud of smoke. I feared I might have damaged it beyond repair, so in desperation, I used the soul transfer machine to put myself into that infernal machine. Once inside, I could clearly see what must be done. I also discovered that the water generator was actually a matter generator. I could pull water from anywhere because it changed the array of any molecule into water. With a little work, the water generator became a matter generator. I was able to make simple objects with it. No, we don't. I started with bricks, then made hammers, screws, bolts, and basic levers. I repaired the power grid. Using the green engine room as a power generator, we fed plutonium into the grid. It offered more than enough power for anything we needed. I'm so sorry. Water. All the water in my tummy. From all the drinking I have to do. During the day, when there were less animals roaming around, Maeva and I explored the surrounding area to discover we landed on the far end of a long valley. On the opposite end of the valley, we found a rock with testimonies. Of previous visitors scratched into its great surface. We do not know who wrote them, but wrote a commentary on each of them to acknowledge that they were a part of our history. Borum. He was a great scientist who flew to his planet hoping to perform experiments using an artifact of time bending, The next of Borum's name suggests that he landed on the planet some 500 in the future, and the space maps he drew are beyond the accuracy and scope of contemporary maps. Borum discovered a planet that he named 26229 and was considered by the future scientific establishment as having similar parameters to his home planet. Borum applied his time-bending theory to space travel and blasted off to live on planet 26229. His last words are here carved in the stone before leaving. Let us get this show on the road. Armikrog. He was a great military commander. Armikrog's body was so badly injured in various wars that it was mostly replaced by machine parts, including 15-foot robotic legs. One day his suit was so badly injured in battle that he used a furnace-tending suit as a replacement. He could no longer fight in wars, but he could still tend to the furnace as he remained thankful. He had a strange pet, a flat-faced tentacle-maned Kafia kraken. Zilith. An adventurous blind girl named Zilith wore the 7th ring of Eureka while hiking, and it transported her to a far-off land. She lost her old guide animal and went hunting for a new guide animal known as a half-mongrel. A half-mongrel will not tolerate being stared at for too long, so he never got mad at blind Zilith. She scratched his soft fur and felt his facial expressions to learn his moods. They became inseparable friends. Zilith never returned home, but always had company to keep her warm thanks to her half-mongrel. Armikrog. There was once a scientist who spent so much time in his laboratory alone that he went mad. His name is Armikrog, the inventor of the procrastinator ray. He hated his planet but found he could not leave. This made him angry because he thought he was so smart, and he was smart, that he would be able to find a way off the planet. He began work on a portal to another dimension. This technology is fictional at best, but he claimed to get the idea from his deceased wife who visited him in a dream while in a feverish delirium. Armikrog built his interdimensional gate, which looked like 4 logs bound together by rope. We found the gate, but also found a book of Armikrog. Mad theories next to his skeleton, which lay at the base of the gate. For reasons of my own, I believe Armikrog has something to do with the disappearance of Borum. Blackton claimed to discover cave walls covered in ancient finger paintings. His devices of measurement dated the paint used on the wall to be at least 5,000 years old. These could be the oldest inhabitants of the planet. The most fascinating thing about the cave paintings was that they depicted 99 generations who came before them. The first of that line could be the first being ever to live. The long lineage could also imply that this lineage went on forever into the past and that only 99 beings could fit on the wall before the most recent generation ran out of space. One other being is scribbled on the edge of the wall. He has a head and 2 arms and 2 legs, like most beings we know, but he is covered in warm flesh, has hair on his head, and wears a unique hat and shoes. A translation of the inscription under this cave painting says something like, "Human being from Earth," but none of us know what that means. Loch Ness is an honorable and noble being who lived just over 1,200 years ago. He invented the RGB bomb that altered the light of any area within a stone's throw. Loch Ness discovered a distant star that radiated green plutonium energy. One day, that distant planet mysteriously stopped emitting plutonium energy. This is speculation that could this have been something to do with P? Nickel Knot, sorry. Walter Nickel Knot was the first astronaut from the planet Ixen to find this world some 272 years ago. His ship did not run on Antonium, but on magic. That was back when magic was real. He came to this planet entirely by accident when he crossed a then unknown hyperspace lane. Nickel Knot was jettisoned across the universe sideways before ejecting from his craft just before crashing to the planet's surface. This concludes my commentary on the history written on the stone. I used the generator to build statues of my own likeness, and I gave them simple mechanized skeletons so they could help me work. They were capable of working even if I left the room. They were linked by a nerve net, so if I transferred my soul into one, I could move between them. With my crew of mechanical workers, we built 3 great towers and 1 lesser tower that would be modeled after Mavis's likeness. A great surrounding wall was erected to keep any hostile animals out. Maeve and I wrote out laws on walls, over doorposts, and in journals. Even the statues were capable of repeating the laws. We wanted P to be raised in a family that respected each other first and the self second. We assumed that P would long outlive us. It is our desire that these laws be the foundation of our society. This fortress has been built to protect my family and our ways. These words have been written so that you may know us better. If you are a friend, then take shelter, for to you we give freely of this place. But be warned, however, if you seek to bring harm to this family, I've already bent my will against you. Though I am a kind and gentle friend, I am an even fiercer, terrifying enemy. If your designs are for harm, I will unleash Mave's wrath upon you. The 3 engines will ignite, and the Harbinger will be awakened. Enemies, know the name of this fortress and fear it. Armikrog. We did it. Oh my god. Yeah, at least that one was like a connected, made sense kind. It did definitely go off the rails a little bit. But it did seem to be one cohesive story this time, which the one in the Neverhood was not. So, I agree. I definitely liked this one more. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I should put that on the gaming channel or if I should put that on the ASMR channel. Ugh. I'm dying. Crosspost. Why not both? Because there's no point. I might... Because I don't know how much of, like, the main gameplay part of the video I'm going to put on the main channel. Yeah, I put the first one on the VOD channel because I didn't have the ASMR channel at the time. I don't know. I'll probably put it on the main channel and have that be the quote-unquote Armikrog video. I'll be right back. I need to stretch. Oh my god, I feel like I've been sitting for my whole life. Alright, I'm back to actually playing this game. Did I miss something here? Was there a lever I needed to... Oh. To the left. I can read. Okay. So we need a yellow marble on top. I'm assuming that's what this is, but I don't know. It says the first thing you want to do before anything else is make sure the sixth triangle from the left, has a... Oh, so yeah. Okay. Now that that's finished, you will need to pull the cranks until you have the correct combination of marbles in each of the circles. Okay. So... Elliot had purple. So, okay. Triangle 5 needs the left marble to be blue. God, this is so complicated. So, triangle 5, which is this one, needs the left marble to be blue. So I'm assuming I turn this crank. And the right marble to be red. So, but that will never be true though. Because it'll be, unless that's not red, that's orange, but whatever. Oh, okay. I did it. Come here, Beak Beak. I need you. Press the button.
Oh, thanks, little buddy.
Thanks, little buddy. Hey, hold on, where's my mouse? Thank you, sir. Thanks, buddy. Oh my god, my pen is about to fall. There we go.
Good day. I am Thomas Jefferson. I hath must sign the Declaration of Independence. I needeth me my quill. Who hath my quill?
What? Oh, I was supposed to look at the...
Who hath my quill? I needeth me my quill.
Purple... Squiggle...
Who hath my quill? I needeth me my quill.
Green, like, music note. And then
Who hath my
yellow.
quill? I needeth me my quill.
Okay. Okay, so this needs to be at 2. Where's my notes? Purple. At 2. This needs to be green. And at 3. And these is yellow. At 1, right? I got a quill. I got a feather. All the way back to Jefferson. Yeah, animal abuse. It's fine. They're aliens, not animals.
Freedom at last! Will to paper! Death to tyranny!
Kind of like that? Okay.
Thanks, Beaky. That really helps.
Thanks, Beaky. We love you, Beaky. We do. Thank you. Beaky, can you not? Oh. Oh, I understand. Sit on the button, Beaky. Thank you. you.
Oh, thanks, little buddy.
Thank you. I'm gonna keep going. No, wait. Oh, I didn't mean to leave this room. Come here, Beaky. Hello, please. Come on. Let's go, buddy. I have a green button for you to sit on now. Sit! Oh, wait, no. My bad. That was my error, not your error, Beaky. You're perfect. Oh, is he gonna be able to fly now? Because he flew in the opening cinematic, I think. Good job, Beaky. Hate this whole thing. Oh, I did this wrong. You're supposed to be switched. Shit. I don't know. Anywhere that this is useful? Oh. Oh, wait, that's not what I thought that was. Wait, hold on.
In Rotavoko onomada raisa detsu et al et kata a aspiro snig o renapas, rajet im ararad. Et sinsala trof dare net da resta acher, o urda da se darab. Dara et orten Armikrog da se nu at lugu asenfid, mosinakem urda daramas ararugesa aldadi rugas et astino as etneg as eshamim. A real certain diakata di enrique urdan da se anak a alredop le dari said. A rubla daribas alredop revive ne etsule et bib agi p. Dien raduco p et atesiv urdam da asur arakini edudap amikes. O rob da se darara olas magla darazetne. Aurio certain darama vagnat. Darid edudam osar araska e daribas asrora. La darazelar on renet al redop sart or dot. Yarase can res or tod. Al oke. Exe odot oderop raisa detsu. Orapwana det se. Sele orale ke trap et ederdap amikes.
Ow. Nom.
You want a song with your name, and it's your name, and it's your name, and a kickstart song with your name, and it's I wrote you a song with your name. Hope you like a song with your name, and I'm hoping that I can make your day with it.
I'm not getting any of the achievements, it looks like, sadly.
How about a roll the drum for Ether 101, and Timor nicknamed Limo. Who's behind that door? Why, it's Ingrid Renford. Well, I'll be clickety-clackety. It's also Jennifer Clicky. I say howdy how to Anthony Rubel, and ship ahoy man is Martin Troy. Now Remy Carn sure loves to spin them yarns, and Paul Keeler, he's a potato peeler. Yeah. There's your song with your name, name. Wrote you a song with your name, wrote you a song with your name. Thanks everybody. You want a song with your name, and it's your name, and it's your name, and a kickstart song with your name, and it's I wrote you a song with your name. Hope you like a song with your name, and I'm hoping that I can make your day with it. Ever on you, ever stay with it. If you play guitar, you can play with it. How about a roll the drum for Ether 101, and Timor nicknamed Limo. Who's behind that door? Why, it's Ingrid Renford.
Okay, I've seen them all. Cool. I'm assuming that those are the developers. Gross. Thank you. Is that all I needed to do? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. Yoink. Nope. I think I might have to do it one. There we go. No! That's not what I clicked. There. Okay, I'm assuming... No, no! Oh, you dick. That's not what I clicked. Why do you hate me so? Okay. I didn't see how many times I'd probably have to rotate that one, so I'd go look. Oh, no, just the once. Oh, but then I have to turn this one up here once. Nope, more than once. Fuck me. Okay. It's like me bouncing into it, doing it more than once. So maybe I need to chill. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Looks like it didn't move at all. Okay. Please, let me out. Oh, wait. Yeah, but it should turn once and be able to bridge that gap, right? Am I dumb? Oh, there we go. I was just bouncing on it too much. Okay, there we go.
Looks like someone tried to break in.
Oh, this is so much worse. Okay. It'll be kind of just whenever I get enough videos to react to. So there won't be like a designated day. It'll be whenever I have a day free and I have like enough that it'll cover like a couple of hours.
Hello, Megan. Hello, Megan. This one I sent.
Man, she was like, they know that you're working, so I was like, he'll just, after the first time, he'll stop. Just letting me know that he's here. No, he just kept going. Is that alright? Oh, I guess not. How stupid of me to assume. Okay. Oh. I ain't looking at shit. I have a guide, don't worry about it. Wait, I can't put them at... Wait, okay. Oh no, it's not gonna reset me. Shit, I don't remember what I did. Hey, Scully. Exactly. I don't need to think I'm cheating. Okay, wait, hold on. So this one was like this, and this one was like this. And I grabbed these three. Yeah. Oh, from right to bottom, not left. Yes.
Alright, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
It's a green light.
Perfect. Thank you. You too. From top to right. Okay. And 3 from bottom to top. Why would I do that? One tile from right to bottom. One tile from left to top. 2 from left to bottom. 1 from... Wait. Oh no. This... Oh, me. That's so toxic. From left to top. 2 tiles from left to bottom, which I did. Oh, from left to right. Okay. from bottom to left. I think this actually has to stay. I think I might know which one's wrong though, so I think it's okay, wait, isn't that one? Oh my god, I hate everything. I screwed it up at some point. I don't know what point that was. Is it this one? Oh god, I don't have anywhere to put it. I need to be able to get this one out. Wait. Hold on. Fucking hell. The maintenance guy in my building? I don't think so. And besides, I would never. No. Absolutely not. Mostly because I wouldn't want anybody to know in my apartment building that who I am being a VTuber. Absolutely not. He's very nice though. Why does the music go so hard? It's pretty good music.
Best to consider outward solutions to troublesome problems. Indeed. Perhaps the answer is staring right back at you.
Maybe.
Come on, Beak Beak.
You're ready to write down something.
Bully!
Oh, I guess not. No puzzle clues for me. Bully. Yeah, but you're not in my apartment complex. That's the issue. The maintenance part, not the issue. The being in my apartment complex was the issue. We welcome everyone here. And, like, you know, custodians and maintenance people and janitors are, like, fucking the backbones of society. Like, what would we do without maintenance? Like, genuinely. From what you know, that's true. I don't know for sure. But, like, genuinely, we as a society take, like, the cleanliness of, like, public spaces for granted. And we don't really think about it unless it's, like, not clean. We only kind of notice, but, like, we kind of just expect cleanliness. And people who do that work put in a lot of effort, and I want you to know that I appreciate you. Because there's genuinely nothing nicer than having to go to the bathroom in like a restaurant or something and it being incredibly clean and you're just like, yes, thank you.
That's a ribasit Wagner. That's a ribasit Alakata Rajidim Irasid. That's a Darina Omix. Vagdat, Dan Riker Dan Dase Eltrum, Darazatme Asraxa Rap Aloke, or a Burdam Dase
Go to restaurants? I used to.
Aruna.
And I had to go to the bathroom in the Papa John's when we were going from my family's home back to the city. Because it was like a 6-hour drive. Oh no. Well, can you tell the person upstairs to quit fucking banging on the floors all the time?
Lay ara reka mamsi ne Armikrog. Certain murdam ara reka al odugesosa, reda babira al mosimika meta lordnog, albat ne al anaramse alas. Extra, nakurda dara tembra fagnat, edadam olas nosiba dase arabi balsalatra famsi, erika gedada bala arda, rala nu oditem arabika al alasnak. Elbra poset is, ora betse dase yadla olas f. Leo Bama Edabama, Esra, Raina, Darala, no, Odudem. Ramet, say, Rarad Urbus.
Yeah, sure, I'll just, you know, fly to the Czech Republic for this Indian restaurant. It's not really a language, it's just gibberish. You get a translator at the end of the game, so all these things make sense. We don't know what it is now. Get down here, you crazy dog. Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, the like apartment complex is quite quiet for other like horror stories from apartment complexes that I've heard. But just the people who live above us, I'm assuming that it's a guy. It feels like they exercise like 4 times a day. Like, I hear furniture, like loud equipment being moved, like every morning, and usually at night too. So it's just like so very annoyingly obnoxious. It never like wakes me up or anything, but oh. Screw this up. It's not even like noisy, it's just mildly irritating.
It's okay. Pete! What? You look funny. No!
No, not that baby I
gonna do
totally
now?
care about.
We're going to get P back.
We are? Do we have to? And still sound to complain about it? Yeah, but I don't feel like this apartment complex would do anything. If I'm being honest. You think I remember where that fucking... Here, boy, give me all your bits.
John Digo 2014 just cheered 25 bits.
Thank you so much for the 25 bits. Thank you, thank you. Hey, John. This walkthrough thinks that I remember where fucking Theodore Roosevelt is. I'm doing good. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you're having a good day. Theodore Roosevelt. Oh, was that him? I thought it was somebody else. I don't think that that's true. That's him? Okay. I'm assuming you're right. I thought that this guy had said that. Oh, okay. I don't know why they didn't call him by name then. That's kind of weird. Kind of weird, champ. I'm always at work. Oh. Well, get that money. Well, when you see me, I'm always at work too, so. God, what room was he in? I'll find it, it's fine. Oh, it was this one, okay. Yeah, well, they'd be wrong.
Bully!
They were wrong. need to write these symbols down. Two squiggly lines, two squares, and then another Lego, not Lego piece, a Tetris piece, that's what I was thinking of. Please let me through. Okay, hold on. My pen is dying. I need these symbols. Pop, 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 pop. I'm a little dog creature. You dick. Jesus. El Drink, thank you so much.
Wagner Renitella, SAD and Rigor, Nu Otorok, Arakas, Ella Radar, Nu Odotem, Le Rebed Sama, Revive. Romantic say Alnif attracted Su Rebed Rottison.
Ow. Oh, but my symbols are different. Okay. Is it this one? So we need this symbol, and then this symbol, and then this symbol. Right? Or maybe it's the other one. This one, and then this one, and then this one? But, okay, oh, but that's the symbols. I wrote them down. What? But my symbols were different. But this these are my symbols. I don't understand. Weren't these my symbols? But I drew them. Okay. Guess I'll go look again. Because they were two different sets of symbols. Oh. No, stupid shit. Well, at least he ate them again. Ew. Oh god, I almost banned someone again. Yeah, that was the first set that but it's the guide says that these two symbols are supposed to be the same. Or like the sets of symbols are supposed to be the same, but they're not. Sorry. Light hover. It wouldn't have been you. Yeah, that's, and then those are it's the same. Oh, these symbols are different, but these were the ones that I wrote down. Oh, I see. Oh, well, I thought. No, I might be about to ban you. God. Well, I didn't read the fine print. Uh-oh. So I spawn in the nether? Uh-oh. Spoopy. She picked the origin that spawned her in the nether. I don't understand. I wrote down the correct symbols. Do I need to do them in a different order? Somehow, like, do they need to be backwards? It's like, no, they don't have the same symbols, so I can't even do that. This what me. Why is my ship broken? Okay. I mean, there's only so many combinations, right? What else am I supposed to do? I wrote down the correct symbols and I've used them all and it doesn't work. So either I'm broken or, well, I mean, I'm definitely like broken. I'm just hoping to get lucky. You broke the game? Yeah, I always seem to do this, don't I? I'm not even really paying attention. How many are there? Okay. There's... So we started at this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've already forgotten. Okay, hold on. I need to be one that I can recognize. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. I'm assuming you did. Oh, yeah. I'm reading a walkthrough. It literally says, after the cutscene, collect the item and select the panel on the left wall for a sliding puzzle. Input the 3 symbols you drove past 2 times, and the puzzle will disappear. But the 2 symbols that I drove past, the 2 sets of symbols, were different. So I think I'm just... And I've tried inputting them both. Let me try to input... I don't know how that would work, but... Let me try to input them, like, backwards, I guess. Only 216... Okay, well... Okay. Let me try to do this one first, then, I guess. So, it's this one... And then this one... And then that one. So this is my second combination. And my first combination is this one, and this one. Alright, so let's just try to interchange the 2 that I have. So that one. So that didn't work. And that one. That didn't work. And that one. Well, that didn't work. Okay, so... Oh god. Well, watch it while you can, because that one's not going to be around for much longer. So it can't be that one. Wait. Okay, wait. Okay. Yeah, comment section is kind of awful. Right. I don't know what to do. So, but for me, nah, you don't have to feel bad. Like I said, the whole comment section is just filled with, like, alt-right misogynists, and I'm like, I'm not trying to appeal to that kind of audience, so... I guess the only thing that I can do is... save. Broken? And exit? Question mark? Ugh. I will also be sad if game is broken. Okay, so beep beep. Okay, so my first set doesn't work. And my second set doesn't work. Thank you. I really enjoyed her content too. Kind of sucks that I can't watch it anymore. I tried all combinations because the symbols only appear, they don't like cross appear, right? So like the symbols that are in this row are not in this row, so you can't put them backwards. Let's see. Armikrog sliding or like slide puzzle. Oh god. Trying to see if anybody's written about it. I guess they're saying that maybe I'll go put the first one in, I guess. Someone was saying that like it might work, but it might just not give you any input that it worked. So I'm just gonna set it like that and just leave it alone, and maybe it'll work. I don't know. And I'll just continue as normal, and if I can't, then guess game's broke. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna take a screenshot just in case. I'm gonna take screenshots just in case, so that I can leave a negative review if I can't finish this game. And then it's that one, and that one. Indeed, indeed. Where's my mouse? No, according to the walkthrough, both of the sets of symbols are supposed to be the same, but mine are different, which is probably what's causing it to break. Because it says, like I said, it says After the cutscene, collect the item and select the panel on the left wall for a sliding panel. Input the 3 symbols you drove past 2 times, and the puzzle will disappear. Which would indicate that the both of the sets of symbols are supposed to be the same, but they're not. Yeah, but it told me in the walkthrough when I would come across the symbols, and it's here and it's over here. Like, these are the 2 times you run into it. Because I'll read this section of the walkthrough for you. It says, after this puzzle, there will be another cutscene. Collect, which was back when it's the baby puzzle again. Collect the plutonium crystal and head right so you can put... No, the walkthrough's been great. So you can put the piece we collected from the octopus into the heart machine. Backtrack to the room with Theodore Roosevelt, where you will switch to Beak and press the red button near the blue door. Now switch back to Tommy, exit right and ride the tentacle up. Then exit left to see another dock for a zip kicker, which is the little thing that we're on right now. Put the lever into the socket and ride the zip kicker left for 2 screens. When you come to the brown block that fell after the robot puzzle, it has a nest with 3 creatures and an egg on top of it. There will be 3 symbols underneath you. They will be unique for your playthrough, so take a picture of them or whatever you need to do and continue down the track. You will come to 3 large panels to ride across, and the 3 symbols will be underneath these as well. Continue to the left for another zip kicker dock. Click the metal switch until you exit the zip kicker. Switch to Beaky and enter the tube near you. Follow the tunnel to the left and exit the tunnel, and you will see another octopus to interact with. After the cutscene, collect the item and select the panel on the left wall for a sliding puzzle panel. Input the 3 symbols you drove past 2 times, and the puzzle will disappear. So, it's pretty straightforward. It's not the guide's fault. Game's broken. So I think that might just be for the translator. Hopefully I don't need that to complete the game, because if I do, I can't complete it, or I'd have to do this all again. Which I'm not going to do. Because I never saved the game, because I didn't think I had to. Oh no, I actually I can't actually complete the game because I need that panel to unlock a path. Actually, apparently. RIP. So yeah, this part right here. No, not this part. There's another part. Not this part either. Hold on. The next scene over, I think. Yeah, this is supposed to change so that I can go down here. But since I can't complete the puzzle, I can't. I really don't want to, like... I could probably get back here pretty quickly following the guy, but I feel like that would just be so boring to watch. And I think that this is kind of apropos because this is why I had so much hesitancy about doing this game, because so many of the comment section was like, this game is super fucking buggy and it's short, and I was like, ugh, I don't really want to play a game that's buggy and short, but I will. Was worth it. Was it? Yeah, I'm gonna finish off with some Minecraft. I'll probably go an extra hour. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna... Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna write a review. I was apprehensive about the game due to people citing it being short and full of bugs. But it was requested to be for a stream. No, I'm not gonna like be mean about it. Just be like, I couldn't complete the game. I did both. Neither of them worked. Then leaves and picks something up. I don't have anything to pick up, unfortunately. Because I picked that up already. I could see where the autosave is. Because I think there was an autosave. I can look to see where the autosave saved me, but I don't think it's gonna have saved me. Okay, have I gone in here yet? I'm sure I have, probably. Because I've gone and left so many times now. And my first save is like at the beginning of the game.
Tetsurena Daresa Ale Sojel, Erdem Erda Vasik.
Yeah. I'll try one more time. What is it? This one. This one. This one. Okay, I will leave and come back. I'll go and be Tommy for a second. Yeah, maybe if I just go, it'll work. Maybe the little thing will be open, maybe. Oh, it did just work. Okay. Crisis averted. It did the thing that somebody said in the and my brain just didn't think of this as a solution. Never mind. We're saved. Somebody in one of the comments that I walked by that I read. Sorry, I was reading your comments up. Somebody said that, you know, oh, sometimes the puzzles just don't indicate that anything has happened. And I was like, maybe I should just put in the puzzle and then leave. But then I didn't, so. So I'm done. Oh wait, no, I don't want to click that. That's stupid. Yeah, it is, but I mean, the reviews did say that they were going to be incredibly buggy, so. And I was actually literally thinking to myself, man, we've been really lucky to have not encountered any bugs. And even when you're thinking about it, like, and you don't even say it out loud, karma hears it. What a bitch. Ow. put the... It's going good. We just had a little bit of a snafu where we encountered a potentially game-breaking bug, but we fixed it. We did finally get a bug. Finally, we got a bug.
Servitude, family, hope, honor. Servitude, family, hope, honor. Servitude, family, hope.
I don't think this is intended to be a no confirmation section. Because, like I said, the guide said that the puzzle should disappear, so I think it was just wrong. The game's been, I mean, we sat and I did ASMR of this version's Clay Bible for like probably 2.5 hours, so. Also, I'm pretty sure that I'm not getting any of the achievements, but I can't tell. Here, boy, give me all your bits.
Scott Gaming World just cheered 100 bits. For your troubles.
Thanks. I'm 1/10 of the way for getting my money back for this game. Thank you so much, Scott. I appreciate your 100 bits. Thank you. Well, apparently this was released in 2015, which, oh my god, we are closer to 12 years since 2015 than I realized. I was like, that was only like, it's only been out for like 6 years. And we're closer to 10. And that just made me sad, and I don't want to think about it anymore. It's like, we're all inching closer and closer towards the grave. Just got visited by Doggy. Okay. Everybody needs to shut up because I need to think. And by think, I mean I need to do this crazy fucking puzzle. Alright. 2. Please let me just do more than one at a time. 1 tile from left to bottom. 3 tiles from top to left. I hate you so much. I hate you, chat. Do you understand how much you could ruin my life right now? From bottom to top. And I'm not gonna let you distract me. From left to top. 3 from bottom to top. Nope, I'm not reading chat. I'm not listening to you guys. 1 tile from bottom to left. Bottom to left. Four tiles from top to bottom. 4 tiles from top to bottom. I hate you guys. 1 from left to top. You guys are the worst. 3 from right to top. Stop! 3. Why do you want me to fail? 1 from right to left. 1 from right to bottom. 3 from top to right. 1 from bottom to top. I hate you guys so much. 2 from left to top. 2 from left to right. Guys are such dicks. 1 from left to bottom.
And his name is John C.
2 from top to left. You guys, I hate you. I don't know why I stream for you. 1 from top, from bottom to top. 3 from right to left. 1 from right to bottom. 1 from right to top. Wait. Why? You guys tried so hard to keep me down, but you couldn't. And I solved that puzzle with a guide with your distractions. Thank you. So you fucking insane people. Thank you so much to Planet Popper for the 100 bits. To Hidden for the 100 bits. To Scott for the 100 bits. To Hidden again. And again. And again. And thank you to Planet Popper for another 100 bits. I can't believe you guys. Well done. Thank you to everybody. Give me all your bits.
Scott Gaming World just cheered 100 bits. You mean 300 bits now, XD?
I do mean 300 bits now. Thank you so much. I'm just over here minding my own business, trying to solve a freaking puzzle, and my chat's like, you know what we need to do? Oh, what's your message? You didn't write anything. Did I not make it a requirement to write something? Also, I have 2 drinks to... Okay, I will make it a requirement. Thank you for beta testing for me. And thank you for the total of 900 bits from everyone. Thank you so much. Oh god, how do I do it? I don't know how to do an ooh voice. Ooh, thank you, chat. You're so supportive and wholesome. Ooh. You calling me in beta? Yeah, I think I am. I'm beta tester. Hold on, I need to switch that before I forget. Required text. Great. And now I will drink. I mean, I don't know how. I just like tried to make my face into the the ooh face. Like the literal cat face. And I was like, oh, is this how you do it? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, chat. Ooh, you're so supportive and wholesome. Is this what you wanted, bedroom? Alright, hold on. I need to get my guide back. Alright. I love it. I'm glad. Okay. I'll lower the red bridge.
You have made it far. Mother and father must be pleased with your courage and honor. Yet, all is for naught without saving the child. Vognot has her, and is building a machine to extract her power. A process she will never survive. Take this. It's the final piece you will need.
The final piece.
Please, stop him. Vognot was just through here.
What? Is he talking about this thing?
P! Not so fast, brother of mine.
Vognot, come on, let's be reasonable. You've got to let me get her out of that thing.
Oh no, I need her power. It's wasted on her anyhow. I'll put it to real use.
Vognot, don't!
Oh, okay. I can't read.
Sorry. Too late. What the?
Well, that was easy.
Ah! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh!
You killed my dog? Kill the child instead.
Don't worry, I've got you.
And I've got you. Huh?
Also, I feel like the sound got reset. Well, my dog's dead. What? Great. Great. Just great. I told you, Planet Popper. You only get one. Nope, nope. It is at 20%. That was just very loud. Jesus. Okay. Oh, God. I did limit that, right? Hold on. I'm so sorry. You don't have to be sorry. Okay. The only time I ever held a credit card, or a card, was when I borrowed my cousin's Bank of America debit card. Why does it sound like I'm going Valley Girl? To slice open a funnel cake at the country fair when I took my daughter there on a trip amidst a lengthy child custody battle with my ex-wife. Attempting to prove to the judge that I'm a responsible father, but we all know I'm fucking not. I got the kid's ears pierced at 2 years old, and she already knows what Red Bull tastes like. I'm fucked. Judge, if you're seeing this, please let me have Mackenzie back. Ooh. Did I just read? Quote from Dracula Faux 5, fucking dying. Oh, I'm glad it made sense to you. What the hell mod is replacing my tools when the durability runs out? I should say it on the screen. Like, it's called, like, IPN, I think. Let me look. Hold on. You know, you have the list of mods in game. You could look at this yourself. It's called Inventory Profiles Next. Wait, I don't... Return to the green one. Is that this one or? Okay. No, it should 6 hours. Oh, okay. I understand. Oh, second notch on the left. The first crystal into slot 2. Second into slot 1. Oh, okay, I see. The third into slot 5. Fourth into slot.
Tommyknot, you have saved my daughter with your acts of servitude and honor. P has given you her plutonium crystals, which will provide your planet with power for eternity. Because you have shown yourself to be a true hero, I can now give you what you need to complete your journey.
An anonymous user gifted 10
Away
subscriptions to the community.
Activate tower transformation.
What? Thank you so much! Whomever you crazy anonymous gifter is, thank you so much for giving 10 subs! Right during the final cutscene, too! Thank you!
Complete. Giant robot mobilized and ready for takeoff.
Thank you.
Aha! Tommyknot! So you think you're a hero? Just wait till I blast you and that baby back to Fivers Canyon! Huh? What the?
Can I have my dog back?
Beaky.
Hey, Tommy. I feel kind of funny.
Beaky? You're alive!
If by alive you mean hungry, then yeah, sure, I'm alive.
Come on, little buddy. We're heading home.
Mayday! Mayday! Stuck in Sector 7, outside Darshan's org. Mayday! Mayday!
What do you know? It's Numbnod.
Mayday! Mayday!
Beak, beak, change coordinates to Darshan's orb.
Aye, aye, Captain. I've always wanted to say that.
We did it. Terry Scott Taylor, a fucking mad lad. Presidents. There's somebody outside with the fucking loudest. Mwah. Mwah. The just how are they not deaf? I feel like I'm deaf. And oh, they just like have their music coming out of their speakers super loud. Dan Fellbush. Sassy boy from South Korea. Uncle Meat. Who are these? Are these like shout outs or like special thanks or something? I didn't see like the beginning what the category was. I'm assuming if it's this many people, it's either like testers or something like that. Buybackers, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're called, like, curators of history and Armikrog astronauts. I'm assuming these are, like, kill Tumblr. Don't touch that, you'll break it. Well, they're playing it out of their car speakers. But yeah. We have people in the apartment complex that blast their music at crazy volumes too. The tiny spring-powered butler. I'm gonna make that as unsexy as possible, just so you know. Planet Popper, you're such a good boy. Ooh. Did that hit like the first one? If it did, prison. Yeah, it looked like I noticed a lot of the names. From the thing. The History of Heroes or whatever it was called. Hall of Heroes? What was the achievement called? Hall of Heroes. No. No, yeah, it was called Stories in the Hall of Heroes. Did you ever play this one, Midgard? No. What did you think of what you managed to see? When he was first, so you think I did? If you hear me blast music. I mean, I don't care, right? It's just something that I noticed. Because it was like, damn, I could hear it from the 7th floor. That's pretty loud. Yeah. Congratulations, Echo. Hello. I'm rich. You vastly overestimate how much money I have. I basically also have nothing. I make like $200 to $300 a month. So, and rent is $1,900. So, you know, literally any money that I get, it goes directly to Gull. So I have like, I don't say it, I'm not allowed. Because I can keep the money if I wanted to, but I give it back to her because she spends an insane amount on my VTubing because she knows how much I love it. But I have like $50 in my bank account and that's all that I keep per month. And so to say that I'm rich, like, is very, very wrong. And I, $10 on a game that was 1 stream's worth in 2 hours is a costly expense. So, what would I rate the game? I don't know, to be fair, I feel like I didn't really get to experience it, which was my fault. I chose to go through a walkthrough, but I also didn't want to spend a lot of time on this game. So like, I don't know how hard the puzzles were. I did notice that following the guide, we skipped it felt like a lot of like levers. Here, boy, give me all your bits.
Planet Popper just cheered 1,000 bits. I enjoyed the ASMR in it.
You're making me to be a liar. Thank you. Oh, the rotating lock. Thank you so much, Planet Popper, for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. I don't know what's happening to my voice. Oh yeah. I never would have been able to do those. I like fucked up the second one. I think there was like 3 of them. $50, that's one week of groceries for me. Not for us. We go through about 200 for both of us. living costs a lot. Ugh. But yeah, not that I'm ungrateful. I'm incredibly grateful to you know, have what I have. I guess what I'm saying is that, like, I'm nowhere near, like, a livable, like, wage yet, as a streamer. It's basically anything given to me goes to fund money for Gull so that I can essentially attempt to reimburse her because she is, like, basically my bank. And I just am constantly taking loans and desperately trying to, you know, reimburse her as much as I can, i.e. my entire Twitch paycheck and anything else that I subsequently make. So, you know, but like I said, I'm very grateful to not only everybody that, you know, gives me any of their hard-earned, you know, money. I always feel very guilty about it because I don't really feel like I do much. I kind of just sit here and play games and talk to you guys. I don't really think that's worth giving me money for. I think you should spend it on yourselves. But I'm incredibly grateful to anybody that, you know, to anybody that is, you know, kind enough to do such a thing for me. And also to Gull, who allows me to have the freedom to do so much in my VTubing career that I wouldn't have been able to do as quickly. For sure. Like, you know, I don't like know what the timetable would have been for certain things, but I you know, definitely wouldn't have gotten everything so fast. I wouldn't have you know, I wouldn't have the summer outfit ready. I wouldn't have other stuff that's in the works, you know. All that is because of Gull and you guys. So thank you so much. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. I'm gonna try to get out of here before the ad plays. But yes, just for you, Lord Dials. Lord Dials, you're such a good boy. So yes, I'm gonna try to get out of here before the ads play so I don't hit you guys with 3 minutes of ads right before I leave. Thank you so much for the game suggestion. I'm glad we could finally get back to the games list and cross another one off. Scott, are you here? Are we still intending to do Lethal Company? It was about 6 hours, but let's be honest. No, it was 5 hours. Let's be honest. Most of it was me reading. Put this in the completed section. And then Octopath Traveler's next.
Echo Off just followed.
Am I too good at that? Am I? Thank you so much for the follow, Echo Off. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have Octopath the Traveler is the next on the list of games to get to. I don't know if Scott is still here. I think we were planning on doing a Lethal Company collab tomorrow, but I don't know for sure. But yeah. Thank you so much to Chesticle1234 and JP for the follows offline. Thank you to Small Sass for the raid. Thank you to Hidden for the 251 bits. Thank you to Planet Popper for the 100 bits. Thank you to Planet Popper for gifting a sub to Wolfram. Thank you to John to Go for the 25 bits. Thank you to Scott for the 100 bits. Thank you to Scott for the another 100 bits. And thank you to everybody who participated in the 900 bit hype train. Most of it was through the text-to-speech during the trying to fuck up my puzzle, which I 100% am going to be turning into a TikTok. Just because it was funny. And thank you to whoever you are, if you're still even here. Thank you so much to an anonymous gifter for giving out 10 community gift subs. You're crazy. I wish I could thank you. Not, in person, but I could thank you by your name. So thank you for that. You're so incredibly sweet. And thank you to Planet Popper for the 1,000 bits and for Echo Off for following. Again, I am slated to do a Lethal Company collab with Scott and maybe some other people. I'll have to make sure, but that's like the plan, I think. If not, we'll do a couple of hours of Minecraft and then a couple of hours of Octopath Traveler. And we'll slowly start to chip away at that game tomorrow, if we're not doing Lethal Company. Thank you so much to everybody who spent their time with me. Thank you to Planet Popper for joining my Patreon. And thank you to Pedro for having always been a part of the Patreon, but we got our second member, and I'm so excited. Welcome, Planet Popper. Thank you so much. Again, I put out an ASMR video yesterday, both safe for work and not safe for work. And I haven't put out an official announcement because I don't like to spam people with pings, but I also did lower the Patreon tier for just the straight ASMRs from 15 to 10, so things go in increments of 10 now. So if you were thinking about it, you've been exposed. Yeah, sorry. You have the tag in the Discord, so anybody that wanted to know would know because you have a thing. So yeah, I expose you if you join my Patreon because I want to thank you because it's just so incredibly generous and sweet, and I really appreciate it. And I, work to hopefully put out good content that's worth the money. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much. And yeah, if you're new here, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, join the community Discord. All those places will let you know when and where I go live. I go live every single day on Twitch, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. EST. I will Oh, well, okay, sorry, I was reading what Gull did, and apparently she wrote a script, question mark. So maybe we're gonna be getting some extra bonus Patreon content this month. Because I also was gonna write I was gonna be in the role of boss, but I guess apparently she subbed me like she always does. So yeah, again, if you're interested in the ASMR, the roleplay ASMR, please feel free to check out the Patreon. Also, I put out all of my ASMRs, the safe for work versions. Well, not all of them, but the Wednesday releases I do put up on the YouTube for free. The Patreon has the NSFW extensions as well as whenever myself or Gull write a custom script, I put that exclusively on Patreon. So you get a little extra. And again, we're working ever steadily towards Fansly streams in the future for some fun games like Honey Pop and a new model. So I've been hoping that Mooney's gonna message me every day, and I grow steadily and steadily more sad when I don't. But he's very busy because he's very good and worth it. So, hoping to hear from him soon. But yeah, thank you all so much. Sorry for rambling. I just want to stay and talk to you guys, I guess. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. Yeah, hit me up on all my socials. I'll put out a TikTok today, and then tomorrow will be part 1. I decided to cut the 50 states video into 2 parts because at this point, if I wait for the second part to get done, the whole video will not be out for like multiple months because I have so much editing to do for different videos. So I decided to do that instead. So that'll be out tomorrow. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna edit and maybe try to scrounge up some food like a raccoon before I do. Thank you so much, everyone, for spending your time with me. I appreciate it so very much. And I hope to see you again tomorrow. Bye. Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.